So on this day, I calculate the equation that will
Kalau
talk about.
kalau pertama
Maybe we are already the general.
gimana ya?
Maybe we are
Balik
already.
saja.
Maybe we are already.
Naik kelas ya, naik kelas.
Maybe we are already.
More participants join.
Maybe we are already told about the general picture of agricultural conditions and what are the limitations of agriculture. In this session, we have two great pictures. Sato from Ibaraki University in Japan. Second speaker is Mr. Maulana Malikul Ikram, the co-founder of Ph.D. BIOPS Agrotekno Indonesia. Okay, first, let me say how is it all? And just for information, both of our speakers are from Japan. So this is a very precious moment to get knowledge from a great country like Japan. As you know, that Japan is one of the most developed countries. As we know that Japan is one of the most developed countries in the world.
Ini tambahin aja.
As we know that Japan is one of the most developed countries in the world. As we know that Japan is one of the most developed countries in the world. As we know that Japan is one of the most developed countries. As we know that Japan is one of the most developed countries.
Basic human needs for food, sustainable energy, environmental quality, and biomaterials have become one of the greatest challenges for the future of humanity. One of the biggest issues that our world is facing over the next 50 years is, how can we feed 9 billion people?
Faculty of Agriculture, Sebelas Maret University is here to address the challenge of food security, climate change, biodiversity, new and renewable energy.
Universitas Sebelas Maret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia, around 100 kilometers away from Borobudur, one of the greatest Buddhist temples in the world. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
The Faculty of Agriculture of Sebelas Maret University strives to provide excellent education, high-quality research, and applicable community services in the field of integrated sustainable agriculture, both national and international level.
With its adequate and appropriate learning facilities and infrastructure, the Faculty of Agriculture offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated local field and laboratory experiences for students to learn better and have more profound comprehension about the agricultural science. The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers. The Faculty of Agriculture
Universitas 11 Maret merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum. Terletak di Jalan IF Sutami nomor 36, Kentingan, Jebres, Surakarta. Universitas 11 Maret memiliki salah satu program studi unggulan terakreditasi A dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi, yaitu Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian, atau biasa disebut dengan PKP. PKP hadir untuk menjawab bakti penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian terhadap dunia pertanian merupakan alasan utama kami berdiri dan bertahan hingga sekarang. Melihat polemik pertanian yang semakin menjadi, penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian hadir untuk menjadi pelopor terciptanya komunikasi yang baik antara petani dengan dunia luar. Program studi ini juga dapat menjadi powerhouse dari Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi poin ketiga, yaitu pengabdian masyarakat sebagaimana PKP dapat menjadi pemberdaya dan fasilitator khususnya untuk para petani.
Program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian merupakan salah satu program studi yang berada di lingkungan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas 11 Maret. Program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian mulai didirikan pada tahun 1995 yang merupakan pengembangan dari minat sosiologi pedesaan. Dan sejak tahun 1995, program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian dipimpin oleh Ibu Dr. Insinyur Eni Lestari M.SI sampai dengan tahun 2003. Kemudian kepemimpinan dilanjutkan oleh Bapak Insinyur Sukarto mulai tahun 2003 sampai dengan tahun 2007. Nah, pada tahun 2007 itu ada peraturan dari Dikti tentang penataan kodifikasi program studi. Sehingga program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian bergabung dengan program studi sosial ekonomi menjadi program studi agribisnis. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, akhirnya pada tahun 2013 program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian diperkenankan untuk diselenggarakan kembali berdasarkan SK Dikti nomor 115 tahun 2013. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, sejak tahun 2015 program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian memperoleh akreditasi A sampai dengan saat ini, dan kemudian insya Allah sebentar lagi kami akan mengajukan akreditasi internasional. Nah, kemudian kepemimpinan setelah tadi Pak Tarto dilanjutkan oleh kepemimpinannya Bapak Dr. Insinyur Kusnandar, kemudian dilanjutkan oleh Ibu Dr. Biningtas Patmaningrum, kemudian dilanjutkan lagi oleh Bapak Dr. Agung Wibowo M.SI, dan alhamdulillah saat ini mulai tahun 2019 sampai insya Allah nanti tahun 2003, kepemimpinan di program studi penyuluhan komunikasi pertanian diamanahkan kepada saya, Dr. Suminah M.SI. Dalam mengembangkan kompetensi lulusannya dibantu oleh 3 laboratorium, yaitu yang pertama Laboratorium Sosiologi Pedesaan yang diketuai oleh Bapak Dr. Insinyur Widiyanto MS, kemudian ada Laboratorium Penyuluhan Pertanian yang diketuai oleh Profesor Dr. Suwarto MSI, kemudian ada Laboratorium Komunikasi Pertanian yang diketuai oleh Ibu Dr. Biningtas Patmaningrum MSI.
Prodi PKP memiliki visi menjadi program studi unggul di tingkat internasional dalam bidang penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yang berorientasi pada pembangunan pertanian berkelanjutan dengan mengembangkan 3 misi. Yang pertama, mengembangkan keahlian dan profesionalisme dalam analisis teori bidang pertanian pada umumnya. 2. Mengembangkan kemandirian dengan mengaplikasikan teknik-teknik penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian dalam kehidupan masyarakat. 3. Mengembangkan kemampuan kewirausahaan. Budaya kerja program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yaitu PKP Bright. Buah manis dari budaya kerja yang kami terapkan yaitu keberhasilan kami mengantarkan mahasiswa-mahasiswi PKP untuk mendalami minat dan bakatnya, serta menjadi mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang berkualitas dan dapat menorehkan prestasi dalam bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Bright sendiri memiliki arti full of light and shining. Kata ini selaras dengan kalimat penyuluhan dan komunikasi yang berfungsi untuk menerangi. Bright sebagai singkatan memiliki nilai bravery berarti keberanian, berani menghadapi tantangan dan perubahan. Responsibility berarti tanggung jawab, menyelesaikan tugas secara ikhlas, tuntas, dan berkualitas. Integrity berarti integritas, bekerja dalam harmoni berlandaskan prinsip-prinsip moral dan keutuhan. Genuine berarti keaslian, originalitas, menjaga otentisitas dalam berkarya. Honesty berarti kejujuran, mengatakan dan melakukan sesuai fakta. Trust berarti kepercayaan, saling percaya, bisa dipercaya, dan mempercayai. Selain mengembangkan potensi internal, kami juga mengembangkan potensi eksternal sebagai bakti kami terhadap perkembangan negeri. Langkah nyata kami yaitu bermitra dengan beberapa desa binaan untuk mengembangkan potensi desa tersebut. Selain bina desa, kami juga menjalin kemitraan dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar, diantaranya Pusat Perpustakaan dan Penyebaran Teknologi Pertanian Bogor, PT Bumi Tama Gunajaya Agro, PT Astra Agro Lestari, Perhimpunan Ekonomi Pertanian Indonesia, PT Deltom Laboratoris, Pemda Grobogan, Bank Indonesia Solo, Kementerian Koperasi dan UKM RI, Bapeda Kota Madya Solo, Pemda Karanganyar, Lembaga Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Kuanta Indonesia, PT Tiga Pilar Sejahtera, PT Smart, Sekolah Tinggi Penyuluhan Pertanian Yogyakarta, Balai Benih Tanaman Pangan dan Hortikultura Wilayah Surakarta, UNESCO PBB, dan IDB PBB. Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian memiliki sarana dan prasarana guna menunjang kegiatan mahasiswa, baik akademik maupun non-akademik. Sarana dan prasarana tersebut dibangun untuk meningkatkan soft skill maupun hard skill mahasiswa demi terwujudnya visi Prodi PKP, yaitu menjadi program studi unggul di tingkat internasional dalam bidang penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yang berorientasi pada pembangunan pertanian berkelanjutan. Perbaikan serta penambahan sarana dan prasarana sangat digalakkan Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian guna mendukung Universitas Sebelas Maret sebagai PTNBH bereputasi global, UNS dari perguruan tinggi ke-12 di Indonesia yang bersatu sebagai PTNBH melalui PP nomor 56 tahun 2020. Menanggapi hal tersebut, tentunya seluruh elemen yang ada di UNS bersinergi dalam mendukung UNS, tidak terkecuali Prodi PKP. Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian juga memiliki tenaga pendidik berkompeten di bidangnya dan terdapat pula tenaga pendidik bergelar Ph.D. yang tentunya mendukung World Class University. Prodi ini juga berperan dalam menerbitkan jurnal dari kegiatan Bina Desa HM Pelita yang dapat menjadi referensi mahasiswa dalam pemenuhan tugasnya. Kami, seluruh elemen Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian, bergandeng tangan, saling bahu-membahu, menyukseskan cita-cita Universitas Sebelas Maret Surakarta sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum bereputasi global. Seluruh tenaga kami kerahkan, seluruh asa kami curahkan, saling bergandengan tangan, satu sama lain membahagiakan, satu sama lain menguatkan, hingga lelah terlupakan. Universitas 11 Maret merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum. Terletak di Jalan I.F. Sutami nomor 36, Kentingan, Jebres, Surakarta. Universitas 11 Maret memiliki salah satu program studi unggulan terakreditasi A dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi, yaitu Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian, atau biasa disebut dengan PKP. PKP hadir untuk menjawab tantangan era modern ini. Bakti penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian terhadap dunia pertanian merupakan alasan utama kami berdiri dan bertahan hingga sekarang. Melihat polemik pertanian yang semakin menjadi, penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian hadir untuk menjadi pelopor terciptanya komunikasi yang baik antara petani dengan dunia luar. Program studi ini juga dapat menjadi powerhouse dari Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi poin ketiga, yaitu pengabdian masyarakat sebagaimana PKP dapat menjadi pemberdaya dan fasilitator khususnya untuk para petani.
Program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian merupakan salah satu program studi yang berada di lingkungan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas 11 Maret. Program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian mulai didirikan pada tahun 1995 yang merupakan pengembangan dari minat sosiologi pedesaan. Dan sejak tahun 1995, program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian dipimpin oleh Ibu Dr. Insinyur Eni Lestari M.SI sampai dengan tahun 2003. Kemudian kepemimpinan dilanjutkan oleh Bapak Insinyur Sutarto mulai tahun 2003 sampai dengan tahun 2007. Dan pada tahun 2007 itu ada peraturan dari DIPI tentang penataan kodifikasi program studi. Sehingga program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian bergabung dengan program studi sosial ekonomi menjadi program studi agribisnis.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, akhirnya pada tahun 2013 program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian diperkenankan untuk diselenggarakan kembali berdasarkan SK Dikti nomor 115 tahun 2013.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, sejak tahun 2015 program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian memperoleh akreditasi A sampai dengan saat ini, dan kemudian insya Allah sebentar lagi kami akan mengajukan akreditasi internasional. Nah, kemudian kepemimpinan setelah tadi Pak Tarto dilanjutkan oleh kepemimpinannya Bapak Dr. Insinyur Kusnandar, kemudian dilanjutkan oleh Ibu Dr. Diningtas Patmaningrum, kemudian dilanjutkan lagi oleh Bapak Dr. Agung Wibowo M.SI, dan alhamdulillah saat ini mulai tahun 2019 sampai insya Allah nanti tahun 2003, kepemimpinan di program studi penyuluhan komunikasi pertanian diamanahkan kepada saya, Dr. Suminah M.SI.
Studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian di dalam mengembangkan kompetensi lulusannya dibantu oleh 3 laboratorium, yaitu yang pertama laboratorium sosiologi pedesaan yang diketuai oleh Bapak Dr. Insinyur Widiyanto MS, kemudian ada laboratorium penyuluhan pertanian yang diketuai oleh Profesor Dr. Suwarto MSI, kemudian ada laboratorium komunikasi pertanian yang diketuai oleh Ibu Dr. Diningtas Patmaningrum MSI.
Prodi PKP memiliki visi menjadi program studi unggul di tingkat internasional dalam bidang penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yang berorientasi pada pembangunan pertanian berkelanjutan dengan mengembangkan 3 misi. Yang pertama, mengembangkan keahlian dan profesionalisme dalam analisis teori bidang pertanian pada umumnya. 2. Mengembangkan kemandirian dengan mengaplikasikan teknik-teknik penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian dalam kehidupan masyarakat. Ketiga, mengembangkan kemampuan kewirausahaan. Budaya kerja program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yaitu PKP Bright. Buah manis dari budaya kerja yang kami terapkan yaitu keberhasilan kami mengantarkan mahasiswa-mahasiswi PKP untuk mendalami minat dan bakatnya, serta menjadi mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang berkualitas dan dapat menorehkan prestasi dalam bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Break sendiri memiliki arti full of like dan berkualitas. Integrity berarti integritas, bekerja dalam harmoni berlandaskan prinsip-prinsip moral dan keutuhan. Genuine berarti keaslian, originalitas, menjaga otentisitas dalam berkarya. Honesty berarti kejujuran, mengatakan dan melakukan sesuai fakta. Trust berarti kepercayaan, saling percaya, bisa dipercaya, dan mempercayai. Selain mengembangkan potensi internal, kami juga mengembangkan potensi eksternal sebagai bakti kami terhadap perkembangan negeri. Langkah nyata kami yaitu bermitra dengan beberapa desa binaan untuk mengembangkan potensi desa tersebut. Selain bina desa, kami juga menjalin kemitraan dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar, diantaranya Pusat Perpustakaan dan Penyebaran Teknologi Pertanian Bogor, PT Bumi Tama Guna Jaya Agro, PT Astra Agro Lestari, Perhimpunan Ekonomi Pertanian Indonesia, PT Deltom Laboratoris, Pemda Grobogan, Bank Indonesia Solo, Kementerian Koperasi dan UKM RI, Bapeda Kutamadia Solo, Pemda Karanganyar, Lembaga Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Kuanta Indonesia, PT Tiga Pilar Sejahtera, PT Smart, Sekolah Tinggi Penyuluhan Pertanian Yogyakarta, Balai Benih Tanaman Pangan dan Hortikultura Wilayah Surakarta, UNESCO PBB, dan IDB PBB.
There are many agricultural techniques that have been developed in the current era, especially agricultural 4.0 from upstream to downstream. However, this has not been able to be utilized or implemented properly by farmers or parties in the field. It is necessary to accelerate the dissemination of agricultural technology from upstream to downstream requires an effective management. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum.
Good morning, Prof. Sato Sensei.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining. Start from the beginning.
Thank you very much for invitation. Yeah.
I believe that you already familiar with Indonesia, Sensei.
Yeah. I'm so nervous today. Yeah, because recently, in this condition, it's a little bit difficult to invite new international students, so I forgot to speak English.
Yeah, that's because of the pandemic, so it's difficult. Yeah, yes, Indonesian student come.
Yeah.
So, Sensei, actually, currently I'm in Osaka, Sensei.
Oh, really? Osaka University.
Yes. Yes. So I'm here in 4 months in Osaka. I'm in Osaka. So I hope someday I can visit Ibaraki. It's close, but it's about 5 hours, if I'm not mistaken, Sensei.
Yeah. You can fly from Kobe to Ibaraki Airport. I think it's convenient. I can pick you up at the airport.
That's
Please
nice.
come to Ibaraki University.
Thank you so much. Yes, yes. I went to Ibaraki in 2010, and
2010. Yeah.
yes,
2010.
see your field with strawberry at that time.
Yeah. I remember it. With some Indonesian student.
Yes. Yes, and thanks God that I can go to Japan again.
Yeah. It's good. Okay, that's
from
my presentation will start 11 o'clock.
Yes, 11 GST. So in Indonesia, it will be at 9, but
9
probably
o'clock. Yeah.
9 o'clock. Yes.
After that, we will have discussion time.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
15 minutes. Yes. Maybe Mas Ananda, you can join with us to speak something.
Okay.
So Ananda sang the moderator.
Good morning. Thank you for your
morning.
invitation.
I still learn Nihongo sensei, so just skoshi dake.
You speak Japanese very well. 上手ですね。
Yeah. So the other speakers, I want to make sure Malik it's already joined with us. Malik. So before your presentation, there will be a welcome speech from our rector and then the dean, and yes, probably it takes some time. So thank you that you can join us from the beginning. But if you
okay, just see you later.
Yes, thank you, Sensei.
Thank you.
Halo, selamat pagi Bu Mercy, Mas Ananda.
Selamat pagi Bapak Sumarno, sudah hadir ya. Terima kasih sekali Bapak sudah join dari awal ya. Mohon maaf sedikit terlambat agendanya Bapak. Semoga tidak terlalu lama nanti.
Tidak apa-apa. Sampai setengah 1 ya nanti ya caranya ya.
Iya Bapak, Insya Allah. Semoga bisa tetap on time. Bapak dari rumah atau di kantor ini Pak?
Saya di kantor. Kalau di rumah nanti banyak pekerjaan rumah.
Iya Bapak. Biasanya gitu ya Pak. Apa konsentrasinya beda ya Pak?
Iya.
Ini rekan-rekan dari kantor Bapak sudah hadir juga sepertinya Pak.
Iya, ini ada juga teman kementerian juga ada dari Pak Lail.
Terima kasih sekali Bapak Ibu sudah bergabung. Wah, Temanggung ini lagi hot dengan kopi ya Pak?
Ya, Arabica sudah selesai panennya. Ini sekarang panen Robusta, kopi Robusta.
Sekarang lagi tren fine Robusta kan ya Pak?
Ya, harganya baru naik semua ini. Harganya bagus.
Wah ya, Alhamdulillah.
Arabica, Robusta.
Saya kebetulan sekarang di Jepang Pak. Saya dari Osaka sekarang saya lagi di Osaka. Iya, dan saya di laboratorium saya juga sedang mengkaji tentang fine robusta. Jadi kita mau membedakan secara kimia, betul nggak sih fine robusta itu memang high quality gitu. Dan studi awal sudah dilakukan sih Pak. Jadi ternyata memang yang fine, yang petik merah itu ya Pak, petik merah itu lebih bagus gitu.
Ya, secara kandungan gulanya juga sudah maksimal, kemudian juga rendemennya juga lebih tinggi.
Iya, iya Pak, biar apa?
Iya, permasalahannya kan permasalahan sosial kalau di masyarakat.
Iya.
Kebutuhan sama keamanan.
Oh, keamanan juga ya?
Iya Bu. Banyak juga kan kalau harga tinggi kayak gini kan itu membantu memanen.
Iya, membantu memanen gitu ya istilahnya. Selamat pagi Pak Iksa. Ini Pak Iksa biar bergabung nih yang punya rumah Pak Iksa.
Selamat pagi Bu Mercy. Sehat Bu Mercy di sana?
Wah, iya Pak.
Selamat pagi Mas Marno juga.
Iya, Mas Iksa.
Pak Iksa nih pasti sering ke Temanggung nih ya Pak.
Iya, berapa kali Bu?
Oh, iya.
Saya belum pernah loh Pak. Aduh, saya malu deh yang belum pernah.
Bu Mercy setelah kelapa sekarang mau beralih ke kopi. Nanti mau beralih kemana lagi nih?
Saya kalau ditawarin kopi tinggal minum gitu mau kok. Saya juga suka kopi Pak. Jadi tiap hari saya di sini di Jepang pun saya minum kopi gitu. Tapi tak kasih susu, saya nggak terlalu kuat kopi aja.
Oh iya Bu. Bisa Bu, kapan-kapan saya kirimi.
Wah, boleh Pak. Di sini yang menarik itu saya beberapa keliling wilayah di kota di Jepang gitu, ada kafe Toraja, jadi benar-benar Toraja Indonesia. Tapi kopi Temanggung belum nyampe sini Pak. Nah, kalau bisa dibawa ke sini.
Permisi Bu Mercy dan Pak Mana sama Pak Iksa, ini mungkin dari teman-teman panitia sudah siap dan mungkin
Oh ya, siap.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, best wishes and greeting to all of us.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho, S.H. M.Hum, as Rector of Universitas Sebelas Maret Surakarta, represented by Dr. Insinyur Eka Handayanta, MP IPU ASEAN Engineering, as Vice Dean for Academic Research and Student Affairs.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Samanhudi, SP, M.SI, IPM ASEAN Engineering, as Dean the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Sebelas Maret Surakarta.
The Honorable Dr. Agung Wibowo, SP, M.SI, as Vice Dean of Business Cooperation and Information Planning, also all the lecturers who are willing to attend this event.
The Honorable Dr. Handa Hajah Umi Azizah, as Regent of Tegal District.
and which we are proud of the international webinar, Agrixplosion 2022, attendees that are in joyful condition.
First to all, let us pray and praise to Almighty God because of His guidance, blessing, and grace. We can attend and participate in this Agrixplosion 2022 event. Ladies and gentlemen, to open today's event, let us open it by praying together, depending on our religion and belief. Praying star.
Praying done. Let us introduce ourselves in advance before getting into this event. I'm Adina Putri Sarawibowo and my partner,
I'm Muhammad Ivariski,
as the Master of Ceremony at today's event. Before reading out the rundown today, let's do jargon first. When we say Agrixplosion 2022, all of our audience replay,
increase innovation and agriculture, change
for the better future.
Okay, let's go, Dinda.
One more time, please the audience turn on the camera and microphone and say the jargon louder and together, Ivan.
Okay, let's go. Agrixplosion 2022, increase innovation and agriculture, and for the better future. Wow.
The audience give applause.
Okay, then we will read out the schedule this morning. The first agenda is opening.
Second is welcoming speech.
Third is material presentation from the first and second speaker.
Fourth is the first session of question and answer.
Fifth is the first break session.
Sixth is material presentation from the third and fourth speaker.
Seven is special break session sponsored by Cicil.
Eight is material presentation from the fifth and sixth speaker.
9 in the sketch break session.
10 is the second session of question and answer.
11 is closing statement from speaker.
12 is wording.
And the last agenda is closing. Before moving to main agenda, we will read the rule for participants in today's webinar. The Zoom meeting link is given on one day before the event and 13 minutes before the event starts.
Participants are recommended to enter the Zoom meeting 15 minutes before the event starts.
Participants must change their name into name underscore institution underscore country. For example, Ani underscore Universitas Sebelas Maret underscore Indonesia.
During the events, participants must be polite, use proper speech and communication etiquette when speaking or writing in the chat column.
Participants must turn off the microphone and could be turned on when participants and asked to speak by the commit and speaker.
Participants must turn on the camera and use the virtual background provided by the commit.
Virtual background will be shared on the day of the webinar.
Participants can ask question and answer session with format name underscore institution underscore for whom underscore question. For example, Faza underscore Universitas Sebelas Maret underscore Mr. Harry underscore what is dissemination of agriculture.
Participants must fill in the attend form at the beginning and at the end of the event. Beginning and the end of the event.
event. Before going to the next station, please listen to Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Before turning to the main event, we remind the participant to fill the attendance form on the link that has been uploaded in the Zoom chat room. The attendance form must be filled at the beginning and end of the webinar as a requirement to get an e-certificate.
We also remind the participant capture the screen of today's webinar in your gadget to make insight in Instagram stories with the template that has been shared by the commit in the WhatsApp group. Don't forget to tag our official Instagram account at Agrixplosion22 and your friend, because there will be some door prize for the best insight that have been uploaded.
We would like to thank all the sponsors and the media partners involved in this event. They are Oase Pustaka,
Cicil,
Nestle Brand,
PT Danliris,
Beli Kopi,
Urjo Idaman,
Seputar.info ID,
Webinar.kui,
Student Executive Board of Universitas Brawijaya, Faculty of Agriculture,
Sejuta Cita,
SIM Universitas 11 Maret,
and also Student Executive Board of Universitas 11 Maret Faculty of Agriculture.
Because without all of them, the events and competition and Agrixplosion 2022 couldn't have been held well.
Okay, the next agenda is a welcoming speech. The first welcoming speech will be delivered by Hasila Diva as Chief Commit of Agrixplosion 2022. To Diva, time is yours.
Okay, thanks MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Best wishes and greetings to all of us. The Honorable Professor Dr. Isnul Jamal Wiwoho, M.Hum as Rector of Universitas Maret Surakarta, that accidentally couldn't attend today's webinar because of several reasons. The Honorable IPM ASEAN Engineering as then of the Faculty of Agriculture UNS. The Honorable Dr. Insinyur Eka Handayanta, MP, as Vice-Dean of Academic Research and Student Affairs, and Dr. Agung Wibowo, SP M.SI, as Vice-Dean of Business Cooperation and Information Planning. Also, all the lecturers who are willing to attend this event. The Honorable Dr. Andes Umi Azizah as Region of Tegal District, and which we are proud of in the International Webinar Agrixplosion 2022 attends that are in joyful condition. First of all, let us pray and praise to Almighty God because of His guidance, blessings, and graces we can attend and participate in this Agrixplosion 2022 event. This occasion, I ask the Safe Committee of Agrixplosion 2022 would like to welcome all invited guests and participants of this year's Agrixplosion webinar. I would like to thank all invited guests and webinar participants who have taken time are willing to attend this. Of the beginning of HM Pelita, Faculty of Agriculture UNS. Agrixplosion consists of a series of events, namely a national level competition consisting of an infographic, essay, and podcast competition, as well as the peak event, an international webinar. This year, Agrixplosion International Webinar carries the big theme of innovation dissemination of agriculture, in which several sub-themes will be delivered by several speakers who are experts in their fields. The speaker at the Agrixplosion 2022 webinar consists of both domestic and foreign speakers such as Japan. Throughout this webinar, all of the participants are expected to increasing insight of agriculture 4.0, technology, awareness of the implementation agriculture 4.0, technology, and building participant innovation in agriculture 4.0 technology. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end, may we always be blessed by God Almighty. Hopeful, today series of big event in Agrixplosion 2022 could run somewhatly without any particular obstacles. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next welcoming speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho, SH M.Hum, as Rector of Universitas Sebelas Maret Surakarta, but for now unable to attend. The next welcoming speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Insinyur Samanhudi, SP M.SI IPM ASEAN Engineering, as Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, represented by Dr. Insinyur Eka Handayanta, MP IPU ASEAN Engineering, as Vice Dean of Academic Research and Student Affairs. to Mr. Eka Handayanta, MP IPU ASEAN Engineering. Please give a speech.
This is time to me, for me. Okay. Hello. Hello. This is
Hello,
time.
Mr.
Hello. This is time of me. Ya. Waktu untuk
Yes,
saya
sir.
ini.
Ya, Bapak.
Oke.
Silakan, Bapak.
Oke, baik. Thank you very much. Check sound. My sound is clear.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the time given to me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Professor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho, M.Hum, as the Rector of Sebelas Maret University. The Honorable all of the speakers. The first one, Dr. Umi Azizah, the Regent of Tegal District, as the keynote speakers. The second one, Professor Sato Tatsuo, as the Professor of Ibaraki University. Thank you for your participation and contribution as our first speaker. The third one, Mr. Muhammad Maulana Malikul Ikram, candidate Ph.D. program from Osaka University, Japan, the co-founder of PT BIOPS Agrotekno Indonesia. And also the honorable of our national speakers. These are Mr. Widiyanto, SP, M.SI, Ph.D. From Agriculture Extension and Communication Department, Sebelas Maret University. Mr. Hari Putra Masrul, STP, as the Director of Planning and Transformation at akupetani.id. Mr. Bayu Dwi Apri Nugroho, STP, from Department of Agriculture and Biosystem Engineering, Gajah Mada University. And the last one, Mr. Sumarno, SP, as the head of horticulture and plantation sector, the food security service for agriculture and fishery of the Temanggung district. Thank you very much for your participation and also for all the person into the event. There are many agricultural technologies that have been developed in the current era. That is agriculture 4.0 from upstream and downstream. However, along with the advance of technology and science, the world already have. In Indonesia, there are still a few farmers or other parties in the fields which really utilize or implemented them properly. It is necessary to accelerate to the dissemination of agricultural technology in this country, which require an effective management system. The young generation, or better known as a millennial generation, is the party of this need to solve the problem. They become the determinant factor of modernization of agriculture sector. Therefore, it is a must to improve the quality of human resources, especially in this sector, in order to create a professional workforce so that various kind of innovation and creative ideas will emerge more. We hope Agrixplosion 2022 International Webinar will be able to increase the interest of young generation in the development of agriculture sector. Thank you very much and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Eka Handayanta, for welcoming speech.
The next welcoming speech is from Dr. Handa Hajah Umi Azizah as Regent of Tegal District via a video that will be shown after this. To Mrs. Dr. Handa Hajah Umi Azizah, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Pertama, izinkan saya mengucapkan terima kasih atas kesempatan yang telah diberikan. Sebuah kebanggaan besar bagi saya bisa menyapa Bapak, Ibu semuanya, Profesor Jamal, Rektor UNS dan para guru besar lainnya, selaku pembicara, dan juga para mahasiswa peserta webinar Agrixplosion tahun 2022 yang pada kesempatan ini mengangkat tema Disseminasi Inovasi Pertanian atau Inovasi untuk Pertanian yang lebih baik. Bapak, Ibu, berbicara soal pertanian tentunya lekat dengan urusan perut, urusan hajat hidup seluruh umat manusia di muka bumi. Sebab tanpa pertanian, kiranya kehidupan ini tidak akan berlanjut atau berjalan sejauh ini. Artinya, perdagangan komoditas pertanian ini relatif sama tuanya dengan peradaban manusia, sampai kemudian pertanian menjadi sektor esensial sangat menentukan geopolitik sebuah negara. Itu di konteks global. Di lingkup lokal seperti Kabupaten Tegal yang memiliki luas wilayah 878,8 km persegi dengan 1,59 juta penduduknya, sektor pertanian masih memegang peranan penting dalam sistem perekonomian wilayah. Kontribusinya yang sebesar 13% dalam 5 tahun terakhir ini menempatkan sektor pertanian menjadi sektor dominan ketiga perdagangan dan industri pengolahan. Sektor yang menyerap banyak tenaga kerja ini dihadapkan pada kenyataan tekanan persaingan di sektor perdagangannya yang naik turunnya dipengaruhi oleh kondisi global. Belum lagi penyusutan lahan pertanian karena alih fungsinya untuk industri dan permukiman, serta minimnya minat anak-anak muda untuk bertani. Karena yang saya lihat kok banyak sarjana-sarjana pertanian masuknya ke perbankan, ke sektor-sektor formal lainnya. Ini tantangan, termasuk bagi kami yang ada di daerah yang tentunya harus punya terobosan untuk menjawab fenomena ini. Kami, pemerintah daerah harus bisa bersinergi dengan lebih banyak pihak, tidak saja untuk meningkatkan produktivitas dan menekan kosnya, tapi juga kualitas dan daya saingnya di pasar. Ini penting sebab pengalaman kami atau saya secara pribadi yang juga sebagai petani pernah merasakan masa keemasan bawang putih sekaligus kehancurannya pasca dibukanya keran impor besar-besaran yang memaksa petani kita beralih ke komoditas lain karena bawangnya kalah saing dengan bawang dari Cina, Australia, juga New Zealand. Untuk itu, kami menyambut baik kembalinya perhatian pemerintah pada petani untuk membudidayakan bawang putih varietas unggul meski baru sebatas pemenuhan kebutuhan bibit. Tapi setidaknya ini menjadi oase sekaligus harapan masa depan pertanian bawang putih yang lebih dari 90%-nya masih impor. Untuk itu, baru-baru ini kami baru saja meresmikan Learning Center untuk mengembangkan komoditas hortikultura. Harapannya akan terlahir inovasi dari sana yang bisa menjadi rujukan para petani kita untuk bertani lebih baik, ramah lingkungan, dan menguntungkan tentunya. Dan ruang ini saya buka seluas-luasnya pada para akademisi, praktikum, magang, mahasiswa untuk bereksperimen, berinovasi di sini. Di sisi lain, kami juga mendorong tumbuhnya sektor pertanian tanaman obat, karena kami juga punya wisata kesehatan jamu Kalibakung yang memerlukan simplicia sebagai bahan baku ramuan obat herbal. Ini juga perlu sentuhan teknologi agar hasilnya lebih maksimal. Sementara untuk menggerakkan minat kewirausahaan di kalangan pemuda, kami juga punya program Wirausaha Pemuda, sebuah program kompetisi yang sudah berjalan selama 4 tahun untuk mewujudkan mimpi anak-anak muda di bawah usia 30 tahun punya usaha. Kita dorong mereka jadi bos-bos muda. Ada ratusan gagasan usulan usaha dari ratusan pemuda yang kita seleksi setiap tahunnya. Setelah kita uji gagasannya, kelayakannya, jadi ada sekitar 100 kontestan yang kemudian kita saring lagi jadi 20 pemuda. Dari sini ternyata saya melihat sepertiga atau 30% ide gagasan yang disampaikan adalah usaha pertanian. Apakah itu berkebun sayur organik, hidroponik, melon emas, jambu kristal, sampai budidaya tanaman kopi dan sektor turunannya. Ini yang menjadikan kami optimis bahwa sektor pertanian masih mendapat tempat di hati anak-anak muda kita. Tinggal bagaimana kita berikan ruang yang lebih untuk mereka berkreasi, berinovasi dan beradaptasi dengan penggunaan teknologi pertanian 4.0. Untuk itu, saya menantang anak-anak muda, champion-champion agrikultur untuk mempraktekkan pengetahuan dan keilmuannya menjadi lokomotif untuk menggerakkan gerbong besar pertanian Indonesia yang lebih baik, lebih maju, dan berkelanjutan. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Handa Hajah Umi Azizah for the welcoming speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight to the main event, namely the presentation of the material by the speakers as well as the discussion and question and answer guided by the moderator. Before that, let us read the curriculum vitae from the moderator in this webinar.
Ananda Rizky Widodo, student of Universitas Sebelas Maret, Surakarta, majoring in Agriculture Attention and Communication, Faculty of Agriculture, class of 2019.
He has several work experiences. His latest organization experience as the Coordinator Minister of Social and Community and Student Executive Board of Universitas Sebelas Maret, Faculty of Agriculture.
In 2020, he became the Chief Commit of Cyberbullying Webinar IAS LC Universitas Sebelas Maret 2020.
In 2018, he became the first winner of WCLS Public Service Advertisement Contest.
Also in 2021, he passed funding from Director General of Training and Student Affairs and Director General of Higher Education as a member of HM Pelita Affiliate Development PHP 2D and P3D team. To Ananda Rizky Widodo, time is yours.
Okay, am I audible, committee? Okay, thank you so much, MC, for the time, and also thank you so much for all participants who is joining us in this webinar today. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. And how are you today? And I hope may this morning we always be happy. Okay, on this day, I will guide today's discussion activities as a moderator. And the theme that we will talk about today is innovation dissemination of agriculture. Maybe we are already curious about the general picture of agricultural conditions and what are the innovation dissemination of agriculture. So in this session, we have two great speakers. The first is Professor Tatsuo Sato from Ibaraki University, Japan. And the second speaker is Mr. Maulana Malikul Ikram, a co-founder of PT BIOPS Agrotekno Indonesia. Okay, first, let me say hello to our two great speakers. Ohayo, Sato Sensei.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sato.
My name is Tatsuo Sato. Thank you very much for your invitation today.
Okay, thank you so much for your attendance too, Sato Sensei, as a speakers in this international webinar of Agrixplosion 2022. Okay, so I'm gonna say hello to Malik-san. Ohayo gozaimasu, Malik-san.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Ananda, Mr. Ananda, we can call
Yes.
it. Okay, hello, Mas Ananda.
Okay, thank you so much for your attendance, Mr. Malik. Okay, so just for information to all participants, both of our speakers in this session are from Japan. So this is a very precious moment for us to get knowledge from a great country like Japan. As we know that Japan is one of the most developed countries in the world. So now let's go to our main session. Our first speaker, who is the professor of Ibaraki University, he is Professor Tatsuo Sato, or maybe I'm gonna call him Sato Sensei. Is it okay, Sato Sensei?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Now I will read the CV curriculum vitae of Sato Sensei. Sato Sensei is professor from Ibaraki University College of Agriculture Center for International Field Agriculture Research and Education. He is expertise in environmental science, life science, plant nutrient and soil science, crop production science, horticultural science, and plant protection science. His current state of research and teaching activities is in production technology of horticultural crops, such as labor saving, low input sustainable agriculture for horticultural crops, and also production technology. Okay, so before the presentation begins, I want to remind Sato Sensei that you have 30 minutes to deliver the presentation. And in the last 5 minutes, I will remind you again that the time is almost over. So for the participants, you can ask questions in the Q&A session after the two speakers have delivered their presentations. With the format that given by the committee, of course. So let's go straight to our first speaker. Sato Sensei, are you ready to deliver the material? Okay, from now, for Professor Tatsuo Sato, the screen is yours.
Do you see my slide?
Yes, Sato Sensei.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sato from Ibaraki University in Japan. It's a great honor of me to have my presentation at webinar Agrixplosion 2022 today. Today, I'd like to present about practical use of heat shock induced resistance in agriculture under the theme of Agriculture 4.0 technology. First, I'd like to introduce myself shortly. I graduated university in 1988. After graduation, I worked in two public institutes as a researcher. Then 2007, I came to Ibaraki University. In university, I worked for vegetable production mainly. And I have worked in international division for some years. But regretfully, it's difficult to invite new international students in this COVID-19 situation. So recently, I'm forgetting to speak English. I have no opportunity to speak English, so I'm sorry about my poor English. Ibaraki University College of Agriculture locates near Tokyo in Japan, only 60 kilometers from downtown area in Tokyo. Okay, here let's discuss about how to control pathogens. There are some measures to control pathogens. The most popular and promised method is to use fungicide. And also, physical or biological barrier is an incentive measure. Additionally to them, improvement of plant disease resistance is regarded as an effective way. Plant breeding is very effective to introduce native resistance against certain pathogens. And Injection of resistance during cultivation is called as acquired resistance. In this lecture, I will talk about this acquired resistance. First, I'd like to introduce my experience when I was young. When I was in public institute, one day, my boss suggested me to conduct cucumber variety comparison to find heat-tolerant variety in summer greenhouse. To create high temperature, I closed all windows of greenhouse. The temperature soon increased more than 40 or 50 degrees. At that time, the room temperature increased up to 45 degrees immediately after closure. Only 1 hour, I treated high temperature at 45 degrees. After that, windows are opened. The temperature decreased rapidly. This is a chronological change of room temperature. Of course, the purpose is to find heat-tolerant variety, but surprisingly, I found somehow cucumber plants didn't catch any disease like this photograph. In open house, cucumber caused various diseases on leaves and fruits, but under high temperature treatment, cucumber plants looks very healthy. So I was interested in this phenomenon. So the next year, I tried this experiment again to evaluate disease severity. I prepared 2 greenhouses, completely opened greenhouse and closed greenhouse. And half part of greenhouse, I applied fungicide, and opposite side, no fungicide in both greenhouses. As a result, when the greenhouse was closed, high temperature prevented disease infection without any fungicide. First, I thought that disease was suppressed by high temperature. However, it was known that almost pathogens could survive or grow under 45 degrees Celsius. So I guessed high temperature, or briefly to say, heat shock may cause qualitative change in disease resistance. This is a scheme of hot water dipping test. The cucumber plants were dipped into hot water and followed by pathogen inoculation after 24 hours, 1 day later, after hot water dipping. Interestingly, only dipping 40 degrees hot water for 2 minutes prevented gray mold disease. It depended on the temperature of hot water. I tried same experiments in strawberry or various crops. This photograph was taken using strawberry leaves against crown rot disease. Hot water dipping also induced resistance against crown rot at 50 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds. BIT is a kind of plant activator. This reagent is usually called as saccharine. Saccharine is artificial sugar. This has very strong effect to induce resistance in plants. However, at that time, BIT failed to induce resistance in this experiment, but hot water prevented infection of crown rot. Hot water dipping was effective against various diseases in various plants. In this photograph, strawberry acquired resistance against powder mildew at the same condition. Please note, pathogen was inoculated after hot water dipping, not before. Then we named this phenomenon as heat shock induced resistance, briefly HSIR. According to our study, we discovered at least 2 pathways were activated by heat shock by hot water dipping. One is systemic acquired resistance, and another is heat shock transcriptional factor mediated pathway. Systemic acquired resistance is well-known defense system of plants. In this system, when any pathogen attacks at a part of plant body, salicylic acid accumulates around the region, and the signal is transmitted to other parts in the plant. And then plant body acquires resistance systemically, whole plant bodies. If another pathogen attacks another part of that plant, the plant can take defense response immediately after infection because this is systemic response. Then we found hot water dipping also induces SAR. This is caused by cross resistance between SAR and abiotic stress such as heat shock. Simply to say, both of heat shock and infection can be trigger of salicylic acid accumulation and result induction of disease resistance. The reason why salicylic acid accumulated after heat shock treatment is salicylic acid is needed to enhance heat tolerance. The salicylic acid works both of the tolerant against pathogen infection and heat shock. And additionally to SAR, heat shock activate heat shock transcriptional factor, HSF. HSF bind with heat shock element in the upstream area of various genes and promote upregulation of this gene. For example, peroxidase is a kind of scavenger enzyme and concerning to disease resistance. There are various isozymes of peroxidase, and some peroxidase genes have heat shock element in the upstream of that genes. HSE has a specific sequence, GAA-NNTTC. So we can find this sequence in the upstream area of these genes. And this is binding site of heat shock transcriptional factor. When HSE binds with HSF, that gene is upregulated. In fact, many of peroxidase genes with heat shock element can be upregulated by HSF and SAR. However, peroxidase genes without HSE can be upregulated only by SAR. We started to develop hot water treatment since 2007. This is a prototype of hot water sprayer. 53 to 55 degrees Celsius of hot water was sprayed 20 seconds one by one weekly. Outside the greenhouse, we brought a small gas boiler, and the generated hot water was sprayed in this cozy. In this model, I had to treat hot water one by one. The two attain 50 degrees for 20 seconds of leaf temperature. The spraying water temperature must be higher than 50 degrees. So in this condition, 53 to 55 degrees for 30 seconds was the best condition. We repeated this hot water spray weekly during fall cultivation period. In spraying hot water, temperature of some leaves reached to 50 degrees Celsius. But only some leaves reached 50 degrees, and some leaves didn't reach up to 50 degrees. Because systemic acquired resistance, SAR, can be induced even by partial treatment. If only one leaf was treated at 50 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds, whole plant obtains resistance. It means only if only one leaves are treated by optimum condition, the resistance can be induced whole plant bodies. No need to unify same temperature in whole plant. This is very convenient fact for a practical treatment. We evaluated this method against powdery mildew. The left, this photograph is non-treatment, and the right is hot water treatment. In non-treatment, there are much white conidia on the surface of fruits and trusses and leaves. But in hot water treatments, there was no powdery mildew. We got very clear effect of hot water spray weekly. Through the cultivation period, hot water treatment effectively suppressed powdery mildew through cultivation. One problem is hot water has only preventive effect, but does not have therapeutic effect after infection, because In this tested greenhouse, powdery mildew spread from non-treatment to other experimental plots. It became difficult to suppress powdery mildew only by hot water. When the density of powdery mildew was decreased by intensive chemical application, hot water controlled powdery mildew as same as fungicide. This table shows yield of strawberry. Interestingly, hot water treatment tended to increase yield. However, the reason of high yielding is still unclear now. This greenhouse locates in Rikuzen Takata city in Iwate Prefecture, northern area in Japan. Ever-varying variety of strawberry is cultivated all year round. This area was badly damaged by the Great Earthquake and tsunami in 2011. Rikuzen Takata city locates 400 kilometers from Ibaraki University. This city was completely devastated and around 1,800 people were killed in this flooded area after tsunami. You see these buildings. Tsunami reached at the 4th floor of this apartment. Behind this apartment, we built a small greenhouse and started demonstration trial of hot water sprayer in this house. Inside, we brought a practical model of self-propelled hot water sprayer. This sprayer ran on the rails constantly with spraying water. The strawberry is cultivated hydroponically. In Japan, almost of conventional strawberry varieties are June-bearing varieties that need short day lengths for flowering, so we can harvest strawberry only winter season. Recently, ever-bearing varieties are developed and enabled year-round or 2 years production. This area, Rikuzen Takata area, is suitable for this type of varieties due to cool summer and warm winter. But the biggest problem of long-term cultivation is disease control. Under Japanese Agricultural Chemical Act, all agricultural chemicals have upper limit of application times during one cultivation, regardless of the length of cultivation period. If the upper limit of application times of a fungicide is three times, it means we can apply only 3 times from start until the end of cultivation. If the cultivation period becomes longer, it becomes difficult to find available pesticide. And because we cannot suspend cultivation from start until finish, disease appears continuously. If fungicide resistance pathogens appear, it will spread very rapidly. This is the most serious problem of long-term cultivation. This table indicates application history of fungicides in this greenhouse. The farmers themselves decided the fungicide. Many fungicides were applied during cultivation. I'm sorry, letters are too small to read. Please distinguish only red highlighted ones. The red highlighted ones mean DMI fungicides. This is the detail of DMI fungicide. DMI means demethylation inhibitor and is the most common fungicide against fungi. However, it is also known that multiple applications result appearance of resistant strain. The most problem is various commercial products of similar molecular structure in the market by different commercial names, and farmers cannot distinguish whether they are DMI or non-DMI. So farmers tend to use lots of DMI continuously. This is a conceptual diagram of the mechanism of appearing of DMI resistance. If farmers continue to apply DMI fungicides, one incidental mutant that enzyme doesn't bind with DMI may survive and becomes dominant in the field very soon. We can distinguish the mutant by PCR. This is a pattern of mutant. This is a pattern of wild type. Surprisingly, in this greenhouse, after starting cultivation, wild type DMI susceptible powdery mildew disappeared soon, and mutation DMI resistance powdery mildew occupied the greenhouse after that. The hot water sprayer runs on rails at speed of 50 centimeters per minute while spraying water at 55 degrees Celsius. This is the best condition to raise leaf temperature up to 50 degrees Celsius. This chart shows effect of weekly hot water spray against powdery mildew. Blue bar indicates non-treatment and orange bar means weekly hot water spray. After starting cultivation, hot water effectively controlled powdery mildew in comparing with non-treatment. However, when hot water spray was suspended in August, powdery mildew spread rapidly because the effect was not persistent. And once powdery mildew appears, hot water cannot kill powdery mildew after infection. This figure indicates progress of the yield. The yield of hot water spray tended to be higher than non-treatment. Inducing resistance by hot water is simple and easy technique. However, there are strong and weak points in this type of resistance. As strong points, this is different reaction with native resistance, unrelated to genotype. This type of resistance is not specific to certain pathogens, but has broad spectrum against various pathogens, including fungicide-resistant pathogens. However, as we know, there is no report about the appearance of breaking down of resistance. On the other hand, there are also some weak points. Induced resistance can prevent infection, but it's impossible to heal disease after infection. This means it's difficult to apply against lethal diseases such as anthracnose or crown rot. If such disease infect, we cannot heal anymore. After heat shock treatment, there is no substance remains, so the duration of effect tends to be short. In many cases, the cost tends to be more expensive than using fungicide. Despite it's difficult to substitute fungicide 100%, we hope HSIR will contribute to reduce fungicide as an alternative method.
Excuse me, Sato Sensei.
Yeah.
Excuse me I'm sorry for interrupting, but it's still 2 minutes left for Sato Sensei to deliver the material.
Okay. Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Recently, UV irradiation method has been developed. Similar effect with heat shock is confirmed. We expect this type of induced resistance will be more popular and solve overuse problem of chemicals. This concludes the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Sato Sensei, for the presentations that given about practical use of heat stock, right? Okay, so for the participants who have a question for Sato Sensei, can be kept first because we are gonna move on to our second speaker. Okay, so the second speaker is Maulana Malikul Ikram. He is a co-founder of PT BIOPS Agrotekno Indonesia and also a PhD candidate from Osaka University, Japan. And now I will read the curriculum vitae of Mr. Maulana Malikul Ikram. Okay, but first, good morning, Malik San. Right, can I call you Malik San?
Yes, yes, of course, you can call me Malik San.
Okay. So, okay. Maybe I'm gonna read the curriculum vitae of Malik San first, right? The committee, can you help me to show the curriculum vitae? Okay. I'm sorry, Miss Dinda, but can you turn off your microphone first before we continue? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Malik San is a graduate student of biotechnology from Osaka University. He is an experienced researcher with a demonstrated history of working in biotechnology industry. In the year of 2019, he took his second master degree, that is Master of Engineering, focusing in metabolomics from Osaka University, Japan. And in the year of 2017 until now, he is the co-founder and director of research and development in PT BIOPS Agrotekno Indonesia. So now in this session, Malik San will explain to us about the Agriculture 4.0 Innovation Dissemination Strategy. And before we continue to the presentation session, I would like to tell something, same as Sato Sensei before, that Malik San, you have 30 minutes to deliver the presentation. And in the last 5 minutes, I will remind you again that the time is almost over.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go straight to our second speaker. Malik San, are you ready to deliver your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready. I will share my screen. Is it okay?
Okay, it's okay. Okay, so for Malik San or Mr. Muhammad Maulana Malikul Ikram, PhD candidate, the screen is yours.
Okay, now can you see my slide?
Yes, the slide can be seen from here.
Okay. Okay, so I will start my presentation for now. Okay, good morning, everyone from Indonesia and also Ohayo gozaimasu, Sato Sensei. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Maulana Malikul Ikram, or you can call me Malik from PT BIOPS Agrotekno Indonesia, or BIOPS. So in this session with UNS, I will share a little bit about the technology dissemination strategy and how we do it in BIOPS Agrotekno in agriculture field. So before I begin, I would like to thank Sato Sensei for the beautiful presentation, and I'm very interested in your study because I also work with technology in agriculture, right? And also in my undergraduate study, I focus on cucumber. So it's a very nostalgic topic for me. Okay, let's begin my presentation. So you can call me Malik, and I'm a co-founder and director of research and development of PT BIOPS Agrotekno Indonesia. And as Ananda already explained, that I have a bioengineering ITB as Bachelor of Engineering, and then I took master in ITB biotechnology, and then I retook again the master in Osaka University because the program is 5-year program, master and doctor of biotechnology. And in the bachelor, I focus on the cucumber, and master and ITB, I focus on cucumber. The increase of production of cucumber using LED, and for the master and doctor in Osaka University, I focus on the metabolomics in agriculture, especially a post-harvest in pineapple. So let's first start with the culture, especially a post-harvest in pineapple. BIOPS Agrotekno. And so BIOPS Agrotekno, with the vision of bringing the new era of agriculture in Indonesia, brings the technology that developed by the university, especially like from Ibaraki University, as Sato Sensei mentioned, and also from IITB, to be applied to the agriculture field. For BIOPS Agrotekno, we focus first in Indonesia. So why we built BIOPS Agrotekno in the first place? Because in Indonesia, usually on average, farmers spend around 5 hours a day only for irrigation with traditional irrigation. And this 5 hours actually a long time to an exhausting task to do, because in 5 hours we can do many things like more productive field. So, and this is also complained by the other farmers that, for example, Mr. Santos Adam, a chili farmer in Cianjur, Indonesia, he said that everything, including the farm operation, should be done manually for now, especially that irrigation take 50% of a whole operation, like compare with the pesticides, and then harvesting irrigation take every day and mundane task. And meanwhile, it is hard to find people to work in the farm because they prefer other jobs. As you may already know, that actually now farmers young farmers is very difficult to be found, and all the farmers are already on the old age, so it is difficult. And also the young farmers, they already prefer other jobs in, for example, industrial, because it's give a sustained or stable income for them. And also the Mr. Wilarto, for head of Surakarta Tani Farming Group, he mentioned that in the past 3 years, they already lost almost half of their member, and they also cannot afford the farm operation costs. So we know that in this farming field, it is for now, it is high in human dependency. However, on the other hand, it is difficult or limited access to human resource. So it is a very complicated problems in farmers in Indonesia. And on sustainable field is also current farming practice wasting 40% of their water use. Therefore, according to SDGs number 6 and number 2, that to have the clean water and sanitation and also zero hunger, it is important to solve these both problems. Therefore, BIOPS Agrotekno develop Encomotions with the patent pending is a machine-to-machine IoT solution or Internet of Things that enables farmer to irrigate the farm precisely and automatically. So how Encomotion works? We have two two modules. First one is Encomotion monitoring and Encomotion controlling. So we measure the wind, temperature, light, humidity, and rain intensity, and then this data will be sent to the cloud server via internet to be calculated how much the water is used by the plant or how much the water is needed by the plant. And this data will also be shown in our app and dashboard. And we also calculate early warning system, whether for example, the powdery mildew, like Sato Sensei already explained, or another disease can be happen or not, can be showed or not because of this environmental condition. And then the water that already calculated were controlled by information controlling system to be given by precision irrigation using drip water or maybe sprinkler. So this is the example of the N-Commotion app. So we can help the farmer to monitor the plantation by application, and also can give the irrigation by manual irrigation, or they can also use automatic irrigation. So is it beneficial to use N-Commotion? Up until now, our trial and our study showed that if we use N-Commotion, we can increase the productivity for about 40%. And this is already tested in potato, tomato, chili, bell peppers, asparagus, and all other horticultural plants. And using N-Commotion, they also can save 50% operational costs, because we can save the timing for irrigation to be used for other things like marketing, or maybe for packaging or other things. And then using N-Commotion also, we give the water precisely, therefore we can save the water and also the fertilizer cost if they use the fertigation method. So the N-Commotion is already applied in Indonesia in more than 20 locations, with 35 devices installed in Jawa Barat, West Java, East Java, and Central Java. And also the furthest one is in the NTT, East Nusa Tenggara, in Kupang. And probably we hope this year or next year we can spread this technology all around Indonesia, in Kalimantan, in Sulawesi, Papua, and Sumatra also. So this is the picture of our device in N-Commotion in Nusa Tenggara. This is the monitoring one. And then in Gresik, we use the drip irrigation. In Lembang, West Java, in Cisarua, in Kabupaten Bandung Barat, in West Java also. And this is the N-Commotion outdoor one. So not only inside the greenhouse, we also developed the N-Commotion monitoring system in outdoor with rain and also wind sensor. And this is the sprinkler one. So for the drip irrigation, this is the layout or the landscape for how N-Commotion will control your water. So the water this is the flow meter and also this N-Commotion controlling. So we use the pump and then irrigate the farm using this pipe or drip pipe. So how we can apply this technology to the farmers itself to disseminate this technology in the agriculture field. So, but first we have to know what are the drivers and barriers for the farmer or in agri-tech to adopt this new technology. So the first one, what are the drivers for the adoption? In Switzerland study from Aman et al. In 2022. So this is the relatively new study with 30 experts coming from the farmers and then researcher and then industry and then the government also. Farmers usually want to adopt new technology if they know that they can save resources like the materials, pesticides, fertilizers, and of course this is related to saving the money. And then the next reason why the farmers want to adopt new technology is the precision and also the better compliance to the condition. Like for example, as Sato Sensei mentioned, that the farmers need to comply with the regulation about the pesticides and also about the water use also. So the precision or the better compliance with the regulation, if this next technology can ensure that this will give the better compliance, they will adopt this. And then the next reason is the lower wage cost and also more revenue, because we need to eat, we need to live with money, right? So the lower cost and also more revenue will bring more drivers for farmers to adopt this new technology. And then this time and labor saving. So to reduce the human dependency, as I mentioned earlier, that this is one of the biggest problems in agriculture for nowadays. The time and labor saving will bring not only enlighten the old farmers' work, but also attract new generation of farmers to work in the farming field. And the increase of efficiency will also driving the farmers to adopt new technology. And the next one is the barriers to implement. So after we know the reason why the farmers want to adopt the new technology, next we will discuss the barriers or the problems or the reason why the farmers doesn't want to implement this new technology. In USA, mostly it's related with the farmers' education, economic costs, and available infrastructures. Because currently, I think it's similar with Indonesia, that the farmers' education in Indonesia, the farmers' education is relatively low. Maybe mostly is about the early school level, like in Indonesia maybe SD, SMP, SMA level 1, high school or junior high school level. That's why to implement the technology, they not know the science behind this, so they prefer the old ways or the their father or grandfather's way, because it's more believable and reliable compared to these new things that they don't know, the black box they don't know. And also the economic cost, because mostly the technology is high in value and expensive. That's why they, in the first round of the introduction of this technology, they will hesitate usually to adopt this technology. And also the available infrastructure is also affecting the adoption of technology, because like especially in Indonesia, maybe the internet coverage is not available, or maybe the electricity is not available in some field. That's why to develop this infrastructure first for the government, it's important to also support the implementation of technology in agriculture. And this also similar with the Switzerland, that the main reason for the barriers or the reason why the farmers doesn't want to implement new technology is the economic costs and farmers' education. And the next thing is the unreliable technologies, because as I mentioned earlier, that the technology sometimes doesn't always work 100%, and also prone to failure. And because usually this technology is still underdeveloped, so it's still always developed more and more. So many version is updated, and therefore for them, it's considered as unreliable technology. So we need to make sure that the early adopters of this technology is sufficient and is satisfied with this technology to be able to spread all over or the farmers around them. So how to spread this new technology in agriculture? So I will explain what are the steps to spread this new technology in agriculture field, especially in Indonesia. So to spread or to let the farmers adopt this new technology, in agriculture, we need to give them great support. This support in this case is not only before the installation, but also after the installation. So in this slide, I will briefly explain that or conclude or give general objective or general direction that we need these three things. The first one is the on-farm training. The on-farm training leads to the, so before we install this new technology, for example, I will just give example of the irrigation. So it's related to end motion. Before the installation, we need to go to the field and then show the machine, show the instrument, and then we let them know that this is the thing that control your irrigation pump, and this is the thing that will measure the temperature and then will measure the humidity to let us know what is the condition of the plant itself, so we can give the water precise as what the plant needs. So with this education and on-farm training, with the application also, they more easily accept this new technology. And if it's also difficult to do the on-farm training, or maybe something's not clear, we can also have the remote workshop with them to, if someone want to ask or have the support by remotely, because now we have Zoom and we have many platforms for the remote workshop. And after the training and then the workshop, after we installed the instrument or the machine, we need to give the after-sales support even more better, to let them know that they not, after we install, we don't only want the money, but we also want to support the farmers, because the sustainability of farmers is also important for the whole country, right? So we need to give the after-sales support, and we need to monitor the machine, also the condition, also did they have any problems or after the installation, and if yes, we can help support them even remotely, or maybe we can go there also for the preparation or something. So this is the first one, the great support. And then the next one is the beneficial economical approach. So we need to let the farmers know that if using this technology, it will give beneficial or advantages in economical aspect. So even though the first thing or thing that they know is, oh, the machine is expensive because it requires higher cost, but we need to let them know that this cost is actually affordable if we include the increasing of productivity, increasing of water efficiency, and saving labor time. So if they like to write or maybe calculate by themselves, we can help them calculate. And this explanation need to be done by face-to-face, so to let them know or to make us more reliable. And also the demonstration of economic efficiency will let them more sure or more like make sure that this economic efficiency is truly happen, because if they only listen to us without seeing any demonstration, they will not believe us. So for example, for this case is that we usually contact one of the early adopters or the person that have high influence with the other farmers, and we contact them and we demonstrate in their field the economical efficiency. Usually if it's success, usually the other farmers will also eager to adopt this new technology. And then the next thing is the financial credit. So if the government can help with the financial credit because the technology is expensive, if they can give the financial credit, for example, in the Switzerland, it will be helpful for the farmers. But in another study, they mentioned that the financial credit program in Brazil is not enough for the farmers to adopt technologies. So I think it depends on each country or each province whether the financial credit is important or not to the implementation of technologies. Next is learning from peers. Is that, as I mentioned earlier, that usually farmers want to adopt this technology if they know it from the other farmers, not from us, the academic, or from industry. So we need to make the great community for farmers to support each other, to show the practical relevance, to show the benefits, and also to transfer the knowledge between the farmers. So we need to have one spokesperson, maybe from the farmers group, to support, to deliver the knowledge, to demonstrate the practical relevance. And also if we already have the good farming group, usually the peer pressure will show, and then they will all of them will adopt these new technologies. Next is the reliable technologies. We need to make or produce the reliable technologies for the farmer to adopt this. So we need to make sure that our technologies is robust. So not only in the, for example, this technology is good in West Java, but not good in East Java. It's not robust then. So we need to make sure that these technologies of irrigation is robust in every soil condition, in every part of Indonesia, or maybe every part of the world also.
Excuse me, Malik.
Yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting the presentation, but there's only 3 minutes left before the time is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, okay. Then we need to give the consistent result, and we need to make sure that application is easy using only 3 steps or maybe 5 steps. They already can knows how to use this technology and available from other parties, from maybe other merchant also. And we need to engage in every stakeholder, because not only in the farmer groups, maybe in industry also, and also the market-oriented agriculture, to give that to let the farmers know what are the agriculture products that needed by the customers. So what BIOPS have done related to this, that we also need to introduce the key person in the area that related with engage in stakeholders and learning from peers. As I mentioned, Pak Wilarto is the head of Surakarta Tani farming groups, and if he use this technology, the other farmer will use this also. And if we maintain the good relationship with him, we need to demonstrate the economic efficiency and maintaining after-sales support, and it will leap bound the adoption of this technology in another farmers. And also we give the various revenue models. We not only with cash and carry, they buy and commission, they can also rent the products, so it is cheaper. And also we can perform profit sharing with them, so the farmers can use, and after they get the profit from the farmers practice, they can give us the profit sharing also. We can also that BIOPS also disseminate the technology using the social project. So using CSR with Muamalat Bank, we help the farmers to implement the technologies as a financial credit program also. And also with the other NGO, Teras Hijau Project, to let them know there are technologies in agriculture. So as a closing statement, to disseminate the technology in agriculture, please be with them and support them, not only lecture them with these new technologies. So that's all from me. BIOPS Agrotekno, with bringing new era of agriculture in Indonesia, more precise, more productive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Malik-san, for the material that given to us. And we have listened to our two speakers, right? Two extraordinary speakers that given material to us. So now we will continue to the next session, that is Q&A session 1. And before that, I want to tell the participants that the time for question and answer session 1 is limited to 15 minutes. So for participants who want to ask questions, you can use the raise hand feature to ask directly or send your questions to the chat column with the format that's given by the committee. Okay, maybe there's a few questions in the chat columns, right? Okay. Okay, maybe now we can start the Q&A session. So for Mrs. Nur Hasimah, are you able to open your mic and speak your question? Okay, maybe I'm gonna read your question. The first question is for Mrs. Nur Hasimah, Department of Agriculture, Biruan, Indonesia. And the question is for Sato Sensei. And the question is how to overcome weak points of applying technology to induce resistance of plant defense mechanism in reducing pesticide use. Okay, that's the first question. And maybe I'm gonna limit the question, right? Only 2 questions for each participant. So the speaker for each speaker, I'm sorry. So the speaker can answer the question first before we going to the next session. Okay, that's the first question for Mrs. Nur Hasimah. And the second question, this is from Mr. Charlotte Bandono from UKSW Indonesia. He's asking to Malik-san, and the question is, as one of advanced irrigating technology in Indonesia, does Siramot using the drip irrigation technique? Okay, that's the first question for Malik-san. And there's the second question for Sato Sensei from Azza from University of Diponegoro, Indonesia. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Charlotte Bandono. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, maybe this is the second question for Sato Sensei from Azza, University of Diponegoro. So as the material being delivered, there are some weak points in HSIR application like the short duration effect, no therapeutic effect after infection, and so on. Perhaps Sensei already had any alternative to solve the problem, or maybe a collaboration with a different method. Okay, there's the second question for Sato Sensei. And the second question from Vicky, University of Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, for Malik-san. As noted in the presentation material, there are barriers to implementing the adoption of agricultural technologies, one of which is the economic cost. PT BIOPS must have to go through the same thing in running a business. So what are the motivation and techniques that allow PT BIOPS team to overcome these obstacles and actually grow from the existing situation? Okay, maybe we can giving the time for Sato Sensei. Are you here, Sato Sensei?
Okay. May I answer?
Okay. The time is yours, Sato Sensei.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions. Yeah, actually, it's a little bit difficult to answer. Yeah. At first, I'd like to explain my position about environmental friendly agriculture. In my opinion, our aim of our research is how to provide foods for everyone. First, the most important is we don't deny the use of chemicals. As you pointed out, there are some disadvantages in induced resistance. Induced resistance is not perfect method, but in some situations, such as the balance of chemical resistance pathogens or upper limit of application times of chemicals, these alternative methods are effective. And if we combine with conventional fungicide, I think to conquer pathogens, this is easier than use of only chemicals or use of only inducing resistance. And we need to pay attention that to deny chemicals is not always safe. If we reduce the amount of chemicals, maybe the crop yield will be decreased. Not only that, some other problem may occur. For example, fungi, disease produce some mycotoxin. Mycotoxin often cause some food poisoning. And also, if plant were infected by pathogens, plant produce some PR protein, pathogenesis-related protein to prevent disease infection, but some of such protein may be regarded as allergen for human bodies. If wounded or infected plants we eat, it may cause allergy. So we cannot attain zero risk even if we use non-chemical new technologies. We have to remember, and we must be use more wisdom to combine conventional and new technology to prevent disease. This is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Sato Sensei, for the answer. And maybe to Mrs. Nur Hasimah and Ms. Azza, do you have feedback to Sato Sensei? Or it's already clear to answer the question? Okay, maybe it's enough, Sato Sensei, for the answer. Okay, and then we are going to Mr. Malik to answer the question. The first one is from Charlotte and Ms. Vicky. Okay, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ananda. So thank you very much, Ms. Charlotte from University of KSP. So as one of the advanced irrigation technology, the ceramod using drip irrigation technique, yes, not only the subsurface, but also the numerous kind of drip irrigation technology, and also the sprinkler. We can use the sprinkler also. So the ceramod or the commotion is only the modules that will help the irrigation. So we can adapt with the many types of irrigation techniques. So that's for the first one for Ms. Charlotte. And for the Vicky, the barriers for implementation of adaptation in agricultural technology is the cost one. So yeah, how we overcome these obstacles and grow for this existing situation is that we need to, for the BIOPS Agrotekno, we usually have various revenue models, as I mentioned earlier, that they not only need to buy, but they can also have profit sharing. But for now, usually the main consumer one is using the buy method. So not rent, not the profit sharing. So, and it's also not only from the farmers, usually it's about the farming group. So they gather the money together and also will implement first one in the first farm, and then they will implement in other technologies, for example. And our consumer also not only the farmers, but also the industry and also the government and also the what is it? Yeah, so or the CSR from the industry. That's why to implement this technology, the farmers get help from the industry and also from the government to implement this M.Hum motion. So that's how to be able to overcome this situation, is that we not only focus on the farmers, but also to the other stakeholders to implement this technology and help the farmers to reduce the cost for them. So maybe that's the answer.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Malik-san, right? So for Mrs. Charlotte and Miss Vicky, are you have a feedback to Malik-san, or it is enough to answer the questions? Okay, I think it's enough to answer the questions. Okay, so just to remind, the Q&A session 1 is limited to 15 minutes, and there's only 4 minutes left to do the discussions. And I think there is one question more to Malik-san from Alfiola Dea. So I'm gonna ask it directly. I'm gonna read it.
Okay.
So in the variety of revenue models, one of which is rent, how does PT BIOPS ensure that the technology of PT BIOPS in commotion during borrowing is not damaged? And if it is damaged, how does PT BIOPS reduce cost needed? Maybe Malik-san can answer the question.
So I will directly answer the question. So for the rent one, as I mentioned, it's not common for the farmers or the consumer for BIOPS to use the rent method. So usually they buy the cash and carry one. But if the information, how to make sure that this information is not damaged, and how does BIOPS reduce the cost needed? So for this one, to make sure that it's not damaged, usually we have several quality control and quality assurance steps to make sure that when we deliver the items, the machines, either the monitoring or the controlling system is on the correct or on the great condition. So if it's damaged, it will be usually from the farmers itself. And but we also have the warranty for 6 months or 1 year. I kind of forgot, but they have the warranty for the machine also. And to make sure that it's not damaged, usually the machine itself will be placed on the safe spot. Like for example, for the M.Hum motion monitoring system, we make sure that it's rigid and also stable under rain, or maybe if something happened, like we also sometimes get the cage to make sure that it doesn't trip off by, for example, some cat or maybe something. So yeah, we done several things to make sure that it's not damaged, and make sure that before we deliver the products, we make sure that the quality is on the good condition. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Malik-san, for the answer. And maybe for Alfiola, are you have a feedback or something? with the answer that given by Ms. Malik-san? Okay, I think it's enough to answer the question for Alfie. Okay, it looks like someone raised her hand. Okay, for Mrs. Mercy, maybe you can directly open your mic and ask the question.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a great opportunity that can meet to get speakers in Universitas Sebelas Maret. So Sensei and Malik-san, thank you so much for sharing this resourceful information for us. And some of my students actually have a question for Sensei, but they very difficult in English, so I try to say to Sensei, to Sato Sensei. So also because of here is not several staff from Agriculture Department in Indonesia. So the question is regarding your research. Can the heat treatment technology or spray using hot water can be applied in the open field? And yeah, because in Indonesia mostly in open fields, but if I not mistaken, you show in the greenhouse. So how about in the open field? And then the second question, I'm so sorry. In what stage it can be better to prevent the fungi? Yeah. Thank you, Sensei.
Thank you very much for your question. About second question, it depends on the method of treatment. If we use complete closure of greenhouse, we can apply such treatment all anytime. But if we use hot water, it's a little bit difficult to spray hot water to large plant bodies. So we can use small plants such as strawberry or seedlings or vegetables only. And about application in open field, I'm worrying about the effect when we try in Indonesia because the temperature is very high. So I don't know whether 40 degrees or 45 degrees can stimulate the plant body to induce resistance. Instead of high temperature treatment, I'm now thinking to use UV light irradiation. Maybe ultraviolet light will give some will stimulate plant body, and we know it induces resistance. So I think it's convenient to use in the open field, especially in high temperature zone. But in my experience, only heat shock can induce systemic resistance, but UV irradiation doesn't induce systemic resistance. So we need to consider how to apply in the practical field. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sensei. That's a great idea for us in Indonesia. I hope we sometimes we can do a research collaboration someday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Mercy, for the question, and Sato Sensei for the answer. It's a great discussion we have here, talking about agriculture, right? Okay, so because the time is up, I would like to end this Q&A session 1. But before that, I would like to convey the conclusion of discussion we have here today. So we have listened to the material by Sato Sensei and Malik-san that Sato Sensei has tell us about the practical use of thermal stock induced resistance in agriculture. As we know that many diseases attack agricultural commodity in the country. And by dealing with this, we can try to reduce the possibility of infection and increase the resistance of plants to disease with the method of HSIR, like what Sato Sensei said before. And for the Malik San's, he's talking about the flash chip technology by PT BIOPS Agrotekno that called Encomotions, right? So PT BIOPS is able to overcome the barriers encountered in the adoption of agri-technology. So this is a clear example that is it is quite possible to implement the technology dissemination strategy in agriculture by considering a great support beneficial economical approach. So maybe that's all for me as a moderator. I would like to say thank you so much for Sato Sensei and Malik San for the materials that given to the all participants. And I want to apologize if there's any mistakes that I did while moderating the session 1 in the Q&A session or maybe the presentation session. So thank you so much for all the participants who attend this webinar in session 1 and listen the material from the start until the end. So thank you so much. I am Ananda Rizquidodo as a moderator in session 1. Say thank you, and the time I giving back the time to the master of ceremony. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ananda, as a moderator. The material presented by the first speaker, Professor Sato Tatsuo from Japan, and the second speaker, Mr. Muhammad Maulana Malikul Ikram from Japan, are very interesting, right?
Yes, of course.
The material presented could make us understand more deeply about agriculture 4.0 technology and innovation dissemination strategy. So, after the presentation of these two materials, it's a good idea to relax our brains for a moment. So that during the presentation of the material, after this, the participants are in a fresh condition and ready to receive and understand more material again.
We will show you one of Indonesia culture. It is a traditional dance from Indonesia called Mojang Priangan dance. This traditional dance comes from Central Java, and it is absolutely very beautiful. So let's see it out.
Bangun taya karindang nganggo sinjang di lamban mojang priangan umat imut redu surak seri nyari larak lirik kepang mojang dosa
Such a beautiful dance, right, Ivan?
Of course, Dinda. I think there's enough time to relax the brain with the traditional dance video.
So, the next agenda is the presentation of the third to sixth material. These materials will be delivered by Mr. Widiyanto from Indonesia and Mr. Heri Putra Masul from Indonesia, which will be guided by the moderator. Back to Ananda, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, MC, for the time. And coming back with me, Ananda Rizky-Widodo, who will lead the discussion in the second session that will be given by Mr. Widiyanto and Mr. Hari. Okay, but first, I want to say hello to Mr. Widiyanto. For Mr. Widiyanto, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Ananda.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Widiyanto.
Till morning, I think, yeah? Till good morning or good afternoon.
That's still
Good
morning.
Okay.
Okay. The third speaker is Mr. Widiyanto, M.SI, Ph.D, which is an agricultural extension and communication department. Okay, maybe I will read this curriculum vitae of Mr. Widiyanto first. Okay, Mr. Widiyanto is a lecturer in Agricultural Extension and Communication Department, Faculty of Agriculture, Sebelas Maret University. In the year of 2019, he took his doctorate degrees in Institute of Geography, University of Innsbruck, Austria. And for work experience, Mr. Widiyanto, now he's becoming a head of study center for protection and empowerment farmers in LPPM UNS. He's also head of the Quality Control Group, or GKM, of Agricultural Extension and Communication, Faculty of Agriculture, UNS. He's also become a coordinator of the Internal Quality Assurance System, or SPME, Faculty of Agriculture, UNS. And Mr. Widiyanto also had so many awards here. The first is postgraduate scholarship of the Directorate General of Higher Education in the year of 2007 until 2009. The second is the Directorate General of Resources for Science, Technology, and Higher Education, and Sterilizer Ausstausens, or OED scholarship for doctoral programs in the year of 2015 until 2019. The third is the Asian European Academic University Network in the year of 2015 until 2019. And the number four is honorary award for Satya Lancana Karya Satya from the President of the Republic of Indonesia in the year of 2019. For the research experience in the years of 2022, here we are doing a research about Robusta coffee in the Temanggung Regency. And also he's doing a research about strengthening the study center for the protection and empowerment of farmers as a training center for young farmers. Okay, so maybe we could directly going to the presentation session from Mr. Widiyanto. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So for Mr. Widiyanto, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ananda. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to discuss and then talk about the most important issues in the global level related to the future agriculture. Yeah, and honestly, it is my pleasure and it's my honor to be with you here. And today I'm going to talk and discuss about the question. So the title of my presentation is actually, I try to raise the question and we have to answer together in this forum. Are we ready for Agriculture 4.0? And then I will divide my presentation become 4 parts. Firstly, I will talk about the urgency of agriculture 4.0. And then the second part, I will talk about the adoption of agriculture 4.0. I will try to apply in the social practice theory to analyze how the farmer can adopt the agriculture 4.0. And then the third part is related to the challenges and opportunities applying the agriculture 4.0 in Indonesia. And then the last part is the recommendation. Okay, I will start from the first part. The first part is I try to raise the global issue related to poverty and hunger. So poverty and hunger is quite the important issues in the global level and the local level, particularly Indonesia. And from the data, we know that there are still 700 million people remain extremely poor, and then also 500 million face chronic hunger, and 2 billion suffer micronutrient deficiencies. And all of the problem related to the poverty and hunger is determined by at least 4 elements, or 4 determinant: demographic, and then climate change, and then natural resources, and also food waste. And the first issues are related to the population growth. As we know that in 2050, the population will be 10 billion people. It means that we have to grow 70 more food to be produced to feed on the world. And then related to the climate change, the variability of precipitation reduces crop yields. And the natural resources, the issue is related to the degradation of farmland that is influenced by deforestation, and then also overcutting vegetation, inadequate fallow periods, and then overgrazing, improper crop rotation, and also unbalanced fertilizer use. And the last issue is related to the food waste. In fact, that between 33% until 50% of all food produced globally is never eaten. So at least 4 the determinant influence the poverty and hunger in the world. That's why so many people believe that agriculture 4.0 is the next step to feed the world. And from the timeline in the picture, we know that in the above is the timeline of the industrial transformation, and then the below one is the transformation of agriculture from industry 1.0 until 4.0, and then agriculture 1.0 until 4.0. And today we are willy-nilly in agriculture 4.0 that is characterized by the proposing artificial intelligence, and then also Internet of Things, and then big data, and then also some new technologies. And then in agriculture, transformation from mechanization in agriculture 1.0, and then electricity, agriculture 2.0, electronics in agriculture 3.0, and then intelligence in agriculture 4.0. And in this period, there are some tools and some technologies must be proposed, like drone technology, and then Internet of Things, and then cloud computing, software application, artificial intelligence, wireless sensor network, and other technologies. And then the agriculture 4.0, the domain, the application, we look at the picture that in the domain of the agriculture 4.0 is related to the monitoring, and then control, and then prediction, and then also logistics. From the domain, we can spread out the application can be applied from the each of domain. For example, in monitoring, there will be developed the application related to the weather and greenhouse monitoring, for example, and then crop monitoring, soil monitoring, and then water monitoring, animal monitoring, and etc. And in the control domain, there will be some applications, for example, irrigation system and then fertilization system with pest and disease control, smart greenhouses, harvesting system, etc. And from prediction and logistics. So many applications should be applied in the agriculture 4.0. And then the question of my talk is, are we ready for agriculture 4.0? Because we need some improvement of technology, and then we need human resources, and then also infrastructure to support the agriculture 4.0. And then I will try to answer the question in the first part by applying the social practice theory. In this presentation, I assume that the adoption of agriculture 4.0 as social practice. Practice theory is rooted in diverse disciplines, namely philosophy, and then a cultural theory, social theory, including history, and then sociology, anthropology, and science and technology studies. And then practice theory is proposed some well-known scholars like Pierre Bourdieu from France, and then Michael Foucault, and then Anthony Giddens, Theodor Satsky, the philosopher from the United States, and then also Andreas Reckwitz, and also Elizabeth Schoff and friends, etc. And it is quite a well-known definition of the practice from Andreas Reckwitz in 2002. Reckwitz defined that the practice or practic is a routine type of behavior which consists of several elements interconnected to one another. Form of bodily activities, form of mental activities, thing and their use, background knowledge in the form of understanding, know-how, states of emotion, and motivational knowledge. In a simple way, Stan tried to define the practice, that practice is something people do, but not just one, but on a regular basis. So in this presentation, I assume that the adoption of agricultural 4.0 as social practice, it means that the practice of agriculture 4.0 is something people do, not just one, but on a regular basis. So it is like that applying agriculture 4.0 is a habit, like the traditional agriculture that has been applied by the farmer. And according to Reckwitz, I have already talked before, the slide before, that the element of practice, according to Reckwitz, there are 4 elements. Form of bodily activities is the way the body learns and performs a practice, how it handles objects as well as talk and moves. And then the second element is forms of mental activities, the social and symbolic significance of participating in a practice, such as motivations to participate, beliefs, and then norms, engagement, and then also emotions. Thing and their use, all material that are used to perform a practice, such as objects, technologies, and infrastructures, tools, product, and the body itself. And then the last element is a background knowledge, socially and culturally shared understandings and skills that are needed to perform a practice appropriately, and practical understanding to perform a practice competently. So from the Reckwitz, we can learn that the element of practice on the routine behaviors is influenced by form of bodily activities, and then form of mental activities, and then thing and their use, and then also a background knowledge. So the behavior of the people are influenced by 4 elements proposed by Reckwitz. And I also want to show you that there is a triangle diagram. It is quite simple explanation from Sof and friend on how to interpret the theory of social practice proposed by the scholars before. So Sof, Pansar, and Watson 2012 tried to formulate the social practice theory by introduce 3 elements. From Reckwitz, there are 4 elements, and then Sof and friend try to make a simplification from the 4 elements into 3 elements. namely 3M, meanings, and then materials, and then competence. Meanings is related to the cultural convention, expectation, and social share meanings. And then materials related to the object, products, infrastructures, technology. And then competencies is related to knowledge, know-how, and then also embodied skill. Let me give an example to simplify the theory. For example, practice theory in the cooking. Yeah, in the cooking example. Meanings, for example, in here, look forward to the good meal, like cooking for family, food need to be healthy. And then competencies is related to, for example, family recipe, how to do dishes, bake an egg, and so on. And the material component is like we need, if we are cooking, and then we need pots, pans, stove, fridge, and then sink, and etc. So to practice to cook something, that we need three elements required. Yeah, meanings, how we perceive the purpose of the purpose of cooking, and then the competency, like how we know the recipe and how to do to cook. For example, bake an egg, and so on, and what kind of food that we will cook. And also we need the materials, for example, pots, and then pans, and then the stove, and then fridge, and then sink, etc. So to practice the cooking practice, we need at least three components: meanings, and then competencies, and then also materials. I will give an example related to the agriculture 4.0. Meanings mean in here, in the applying agriculture 4.0, how farmer and stakeholders, government, and then also in the public sector or private sector, and stakeholder perceive new technology, because agriculture 4.0 is quite new for the farmer and the stakeholder. So we need to know the perception and the perception of the farmer, the stakeholder, and then also in the private sector related to the agriculture 4.0, related to the purpose of the agriculture 4.0, and then also the new technology must be applied. And then competencies, because it is quite new technology in agriculture 4.0, and then how far farmers' knowledge and skill of new technology. So we have to assess the farmer knowledge, know-how, tacit knowledge, and explicit knowledge, and also skill of the farmers and the stakeholders. And then the last component we have to consider is related to material. How far the government provide the infrastructure for applying, for example, Internet of Things, and then cloud computing, and then land, and then other stuff that it is required to apply the agriculture 4.0. So to adopt the agriculture 4.0, we need at least three components that we must be considered, like meanings, how farmers and stakeholders perceive and give a meaning of the new technology and the new system of the agriculture 4.0. And then also competencies, how far the farmers' knowledge and then skill related to the new technology, and then also the materials related to the infrastructure for applying IoT, and then cloud computing, land, and then also bigger data to apply the agriculture 4.0. So if we have analyzed this three components, and then we have already assessed the three components, it means that we have already talked about how far we are ready for agriculture 4.0. If the meaning, for example, if we perceive that new technology, agriculture 4.0 is meaningful for us, competencies, for example, and then the farmer knowledge and skill is what is called is appropriate, or the skill is enough for applying the new technology, and then the competencies is quite high. And then the material, how we provide the infrastructure for IoT, for big data, for cloud computing, and then providing land and other stuff that required for the applying agriculture 4.0. So the meaning, competencies, material, is the three important components must be provided to apply the agriculture 4.0. So in the third part, we will have a look on how the access condition of the Indonesian, particularly we will look from the human resources and then also infrastructure. We start from land tenure. In Indonesia, more than 50% of the farmer only cultivate land less half an hectare. So it will be the challenge because agriculture 4.0 is what is called is relating to the large land cultivated, and then from the education of the farmer, the average years of schooling of population age 15 years and over in the rural area is only 7.3 years, or it is equivalent to second grade in junior high school. And mostly more than 50% the farmer and the education is under elementary school. And from the infrastructure, yeah, we have to acknowledge that in Indonesia we still lack on the agricultural technology innovation, and then also we still has the limitation of the access to internet networks, particularly in the rural areas, and then also we still lack of the capital support. So from this component like the land tenure, education, and infrastructure, so we can conclude that we still face the challenges to apply the agriculture 4.0. But we have challenges to apply the agriculture 4.0, but don't worry, because we have opportunities to extend or to transform from agriculture 3.0 to 4.0. So, for example, in Indonesia, we look at the farmer's age. However, that more than 50%, the age of the household head is more than 45 years old, but we still hope for the millennial farmers. So from the data, we can look that there are about 11% the age of the farmer less than 25%. So it is, in my opinion, that it is a good opportunity to and how to raise the millennial farmer to back to the farming. And then if we look at there are still 35% of the household head is less than 44 years old. So it is quite, yes, millennial farmer that we can improve the opportunities to try to lure the young people to come back to the agriculture. And then from policies, it is a good information or good news that the government is starting to pay attention to supporting agriculture 4.0. For example, the government has program to improve the skill and then also fund for the millennial agriculture farmers to invest their farming. So it is quite opportunities. Yeah, it is the opportunities to extend or to improve or to transform from agriculture 3.0 to agriculture 4.0. So from the challenges and opportunities that exist in Indonesia, and then I try to make a recommendation based on the theory of social practice. So I try to combine the situation, the challenges and opportunities that we can maximize, and then I will try to analyze from the challenges and opportunities based on the social practice theory. So what we have to do to engage in the agriculture 4.0. So from the social practice theory, there are three elements, the important element that must be considered: meanings, and then competencies, and then also materials. So from the three elements, so from the meaning and then competency, agriculture need a makeover to lure young people back to farming. So it is the task, it is the hard task on how to make farming more sexy. So many young people come back to the farming activities. And then how to drive young millennial agripreneurs. So agriculture, how to make agriculture more sexy, and then also how to drive young millennial agripreneurs will support the important element, meanings and competency. And then from the material and meaning, the government should be or must be, yeah, or have to committed to developing agriculture technology 4.0, and also improving the quality of agricultural human resources by increasing knowledge and skill. So the commitment of improving or developing the agricultural technology will support the material elements in the social practice. And then improving the quality of agricultural human resources by increasing knowledge and skill, it will support the meaning and the competencies in the social practice theory. So by what's called improving the quality of the resources, and then also by improving or by supporting the young people back to farming, and also providing the infrastructure, and then the adoption of agriculture 4.0 will be successful. So I think that's all what my presentation, and I will give a summary that if we want to adapt agriculture 4.0 repeatedly, and then we have to consider three components: competencies, and then also meaning, and then also the materials component. So to improve the three elements that we have to consider about how to make farming more sexy, to lure the young people back to the farming, and also on how to providing the infrastructure, and also how to improve the quality of the human resources by increasing knowledge and skill. I think that's all. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Selamat pagi and good morning.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Widiyanto, for the materials that be given to the participants. Okay, so Mr. Widiyanto is our third speaker, and there is we'll be going to the fourth speakers. He is the Mr. Hari Putra Masrul, STP, the Director of Planning and Transformation at akupetani.id. Okay, but before, Mr. Hari, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me clearly?
Okay, I can hear clearly, Mr. Hari.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Hari.
Good morning, Mr. Ananda. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Mr. Hari. Okay, maybe I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Mr. Hari first. Okay, Mr. Hari Putra Masrul, he took his bachelor degree focusing in agricultural industry technology in Gajah Mada University at 2015 until 2019. And now from years 2020 until now, he's currently pursuing his master degree focusing in agro-industrial technology management in Kaset Sart University, Thailand. Mr. Hari, he's also joining many organization background, especially in Indonesian Agricultural Technology Student Association, or INTPI. He's also becoming a coordinating minister for human resource and community Cabinet Palawija, and also becoming a member of Human Resources Development Bureau Cabinet Lingkar Juang in Himpunan Mahasiswa Islam. Mr. Hari also have so many committee experience, such as becoming a committee in University of Gajah Mada University Poster Exhibition and Result Seminar in 2019, and also becoming a student coordinator of University of Gadjah Mada PPM KKN Tim Unit Sinar Resmi Village West Java in 2018. And for work experience, he's become a founder of M.SI Consultant and also director of planning and transformation in Aku Petani Indonesia in the year of 2020 until now. So Mr. Hari also ever became a speaker at webinar Wawasan Kebangsaan Indonesia Embassy in Bangkok in 2022, becoming a speaker at webinar Swak Binar Sip Himati Pa Universitas Gadjah Mada Urban Farming in 2021, became a speaker at webinar Career Preparation Training 2021 Himati Pa Universitas Gadjah Mada, became speaker at webinar This Data BEM FTP Universitas Jember Digitalisasi Teknologi Pertanian in 2021, and many more. And for training experiences, he have training about food and safety management system internal audit based on ISO 19011 2018 in 2019, food safety management system FSSC 22000 version 5 awareness in 2019, and also many training experience. Okay, so let's go straight to the next session, that is the presentation that will be given by Mr. Hari. So Mr. Hari, are you ready to giving us material for the today's
sure.
presentation? Okay, so for Mr. Hari Putra Masrur STP, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Ananda. I will like to share my screen first. So my screen already present in the full screen, right? Okay. Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable the committee, honorable of the stakeholder in the academic in the University Sebelas Maret Surakarta, and also honorable to the all the committee in this webinar. Respectable to all of the speakers, and also honorable to all of the participants in this morning sessions. First of all, I would like to say we're glad to attend this very good webinars that we discuss about how important our contributions to support our agricultures. That we know that Indonesia is the most sector is about the agricultures. Actually, my presentation already highlighted by our keynote speakers, the region of the Tegal, Mrs. Umi, that highlight how she create a programs that can develop a new farmers, especially how attract the young generations to become entrepreneurs. And he says 30% of the participants are focused in the agriculture. So I think this aligned with my presentations, and I also acknowledge the presentations from the Mr. Malik said that how important the technology for the agricultures, and I think it's also will be present I will present it later in my presentation too. And lastly, about the Mrs. Widiyanto, I'm very support and I'm very happy that how you create the recommendations. One thing that I highlight is about how can we make the agriculture more sexy. And also for the first speaker is Mr. Sato. We know that Japan is very good in agriculture, and we hope we can adopt many technology that can be applied in the Indonesian agriculture practice, especially for the young generations. Okay, we would like to say thank you to invite the Aku Petani Indonesia to attend this very good webinar. In this sections, we want to share about the Indonesian agricultural regenerations for food sovereignty and economic prosperity, because this is the each other are very important, and they are very linked about the food sovereignty and about the economic prosperity. And in the big picture is about how we can regenerations our human resource in the agricultural sectors. So for the first, I would like to represent about me. It's about introduce me myself. Ari, I was born in the Padang, and right now I'm in my process to finish my master degree at the Agroindustrial Technology Management Cluster University Thailand. As you know, maybe Thailand is the one of the good agriculture too. So it's interesting if you want, maybe my friends in the University of Surakarta or other university want to continue your study. Maybe Kasisat is the one of the recommendations to continue for this. And I already graduated in the bachelor degree at the Agricultural Industry Technology at the University of Gajah Mada, and at the 2019. So before we talk about more in the regenerations, I would like to present about the big picture of our agriculture sectors. For the first is about the contributions of Indonesian agriculture sectors. First is about how the agriculture sectors contribute to our gross domestic product, or GDP. And we know by the data from the 2013 until 2018, total the agricultural sector contribute for the 1,375 trillions, and it's very huge. And I think this is the one of 3 sectors that contribute for our GDP. And when we look for the export sectors, so we can get the data that agriculture sectors contribute for the export value of 8 billion US dollars, or around 115,000 trillion rupiah. So by this data, we can acknowledge that how important agriculture sector to the Indonesian's economic situations. And before we know that agriculture is the important thing, how to provide food for the a lot of people. Right now we have 270,000 populations, and we still grow maybe 1 until 2%. It's mean like maybe 2 billion people will born every year, and we should to provide them a food. And the next is about the how the contributions of the Indonesian agriculture sector, especially in the during prolonged COVID-19 pandemic. You know, agriculture is one and only the sector that can grow up positively, because mostly of the other sector have a decreased improvements because the effect of the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic. But during these situations, very good for our agriculture sector's performance, that can export to that can support our economic, and this sector also can can help Indonesians to grow up again and pass the pandemic. And also agriculture sectors, how Indonesia can create or can provide their food by their own from our nationality, so we can save by the pandemic, and we can make sure that all of our populations get the good food, can eat day by day and other else. So by two picture that I present to you, it's mean we conclude that we agree in the same pictures that agriculture is very most important sector in the Indonesians. So we want to introduce our company. We call my company is the Aku Petani Indonesia. We was already in since 5 July 2016 at Universitas Gajah Mada. So our visions coming a social company that provides inspirations, motivations, and skills to agricultural successors through the creative collaborations, digital campaign, human resource development for agricultural successors to compete in the world. So how we glad to attend this webinar. We want to share our visions. We want to share our idea. We want to share our goals, and also we want to hear any suggestions, any idea from maybe from the speakers, from the others lectures, or maybe for you, the participant in this morning webinar. So we're glad to hear maybe any suggestions or questions in the next sessions. Next is about the business portfolios. We have the first is about the human resources consultant in agriculture. We provide the expert and practitioner providers, and we have the online consultations, and also by this picture we already the field assistants that we come to the field and dialogues, and we try to help the farmer to solve their problems. And also we have the social campaigns, because the young generations, what Mr. Widiyanto said, how to make the agriculture more sexy. So we concerned about how we can campaign this to young generations, that they can choose the agriculture sector as the next work or their next activity. So we have our business portfolio about the social campaign. And next is about the Petani Muda Academy. Why we call the Petani Muda? It means they may be young farmers, because we do not to generalize only by the generation, something like the millennials or something like Gen Y and Gen Z and others, because we hope year by year we can have young generations, and we want maybe at least they want to be the part of the young farmer in our country, Indonesia. And the last is about our business portfolio is in agriculture social media. We have the Instagram, also the YouTube, and we have the email to discuss later. We want to share to you. We open for the media partner, especially the activity or event that provide or can do campaign about our visions, is about the young generations or to be the farmers. And we open for the event collaborations, and the last is about the promotions. And also we have the business in the merchandise, something like t-shirts and others that can we think that by using the merchandise, we want to make the young generations that they can comfortable, they can pride to be the farmers. So we think by through the merchandise, we hope this is the value to make the farmers will be they will be proud to be the farmers. And I provide 3 questions. Why should Aku Petani Indonesia must exist? Or maybe I can change. Why should others, maybe others company, others community must exist about in the agriculture? What's wrong with the Indonesian agriculture human resources and the young generations technology and agriculture? I also acknowledge in the Mr. Widiyanto presentations the data about our human resources, and I will provide in my presentations too. It's about the Indonesian agriculture human resources profiles. Maybe at least maybe we have some aligned data, but maybe the number maybe is not in the same number. But the conclusions is right now our farmers mostly from the seniors generation. So I would like to say seniors generations. It means maybe the age around 40 years old and up, and we get the data 36%. So our farmer age is at the more than the 55 years old. So I think it's can make me worries about where's our young generation, where our student from the many agriculture department in the many university. And also I hear from the previous speakers that we have a lot of agriculture department. We have a lot the practitioners, lecturers, and the students from the agriculture, but they don't like to be the farmers. And it's just the fact that I already see in my generations, in my friends, in my university. I can say that maybe 10% of my friends after graduate they work in the bank. So it's not wrong, but maybe some of alignment to provide the good human resources for our agriculture sectors. The next is about the fact that we know the agriculture human resources decreased by 3.15 million people in the period 2010 until 2014, and the data said that the average 400,000 people go out or move from the agricultural sector to other sectors, maybe the industrials, maybe the food bankings or other sectors. And if we cannot stop it, or in other words, if we cannot attract the young generations to be the farmers, we can have the catastrophic situation for our agriculture, especially about the human resources. And we know the problem is about maybe the urbanizations, modernization, and industrializations are the reason why the farming profession is not attractive to young peoples. You know, in these situations, social values is more important. Everyone want to be a rich man and want to get the poverty, welfare, something like that, and want to share to our friends. I already tried to be a farmer in my homeland, in my Padang, West Sumatra. We collaborations with the other young generations in my hometown, and we know we already cultivation for the onions, and after that we can calculate. Okay, I can get the answer why the young generations do not want to be the farmers, because if you want to be very I mean, you want to be the rich man in the short term, something like, okay, I get 10 millions in month, something like that. Yeah, so I think we must be prepared for that. And agriculture, you know, maybe agriculture is many things that can influence the post harvest and other things that we cannot we don't know how we get the money after we doing the post harvest. So I think this is our works, this is our contributions to, especially me and you, my friends in this forum, to be try to be the farmers. And because we are the student in our university, so we have chance to discuss with our professors, chance to discuss with the lecturers, practitioners, and others, so we can get more knowledge to create to prepare ourselves to be the good and rich farmer in the futures. So we know the next is about the global trends in agriculture. First is about the population growth and changing consumption patterns. We have the problem about the how to be the zero hungers, and we have also problem in the insufficient storage and problems about the changing of decrease of farmland. And we have the climate change and also about the global food productions, especially maybe many things that can induce our global food productions. The newly is about how the world war that we know from the Russians and Ukraine, they maybe have come some conflict and that can disrupt our global food productions. And other challenges is about the Indonesians population growth rate that I already aforementioned before. The average is 1.5% until 2% per year, and the availability of the agricultural land is every year are decreased. So this is very challenges for our agricultural sectors. And we have tried to identifications what's the problem in the challenges in building the national food security, or it mean like what's problem in our agricultural sectors, starting from the pre-planting, cultivations, harvesting, and processing. And the most important is about the logistic and trading commerce. You know, the mostly problem is when the farmer want to plant, they get the seeds maybe in the high price, maybe get the fertilizer in the high price, or maybe the land rent is in the high price. But when they doing the harvesting, the products price is cannot same with their capital. So maybe they maybe they will face the loss, maybe. So it's been like they cannot get the profit from their doing the cultivation, something like that. So we can identifications by states by states, and this is also our contributions to know how our contributions to be to accompany the young generations to be the farmers. Other issue is about maybe I hope you already hear that in order to be a developed country, at least our population, at least 4% of our population, of Indonesian population, should be I read line should be entrepreneurs. So the aforementioned data that I said about how important the agriculture, how the agricultural contributions to the Indonesian economical, And right now, the others issue about we need at least 4% of the Indonesian population should be the entrepreneurs. So by linking this fact, we want from the Aku Petani Indonesia try to develop some curriculums or some program that can be matched with this issue. First is about how important the young generations to the for the Indonesian agriculture, and how important to develop a new entrepreneurs, especially they focus in the agriculture sectors. So we want to present to you our curriculum. Our baseline of our program is about the agrotechnopreneurs that we can divide it by 3 parts. Is agro, maybe the agriculture sectors. The techno is about the maybe technologies, and the planners. So the agro, it means that if someone or the young generations come to us and want to join our programs, we can ensure that he will get the many knowledge, many informations about the agriculture's practice, something like how to choose the good seeds, how to prepare your land, something like that, or how to doing the good agricultural practice, something like that, and others else. And for the technology that that maybe many to the first session of our speakers talk about the technology. So it's mean same with their arguments that technology are important for our agricultural sectors. So we hope by doing our programs, the young generations can implement the good technology, doing the agriculture with the effectiveness or productivity will be increased using the technology. And lastly is about the partnerships or entrepreneurships. Entrepreneurship is we want our team or the young generation, if you want to be the young farmers, we want their mindset is about the partnerships, how they're doing the business in the agriculture, not only doing the agriculture like the previous mindset, only something like, okay, we just want to provide the food and we sell, and after that we do the same activity, something like that. But we want they can be the entrepreneur, and their mindset is about the entrepreneur, how they can ready to be the entrepreneur, because the first thing in the entrepreneurship is about the uncertainty, because uncertainty is the certainty in the business. So we want by join our programs, we hope the young generations can be the agrotechnopreneurships. But to join our programs, we have some states to develop the young farmers in Indonesians by Aku Petani Indonesia. First is about identify the local demand and commodity, something like we want to know about what the commodity that is very high demand, something like that, and what commodity that we can cultivate in this local land, something like that. And next stage is about the identifications of the environmental conditions, how the rate of the rain, something like when the summer's conditions, about the lands, something, and about the irrigations, and about the social activities, something like that. So we want to identify the environmental conditions. Next steps is about the human resources and technology assessments. We also hear from the aforementioned speakers that technology and human resource. We should know, we should assess how they can use the technology. Something like in our experience, even you said that okay, we already use Zoom, something like we're doing this morning, but when we come to the others city, others regency, they do not know about how to use the laptop, do not know how to use the computer. Even we ask them to open the Zoom is very difficult for them. So we should assess how the human resources and how they can implement or practice the technology, using the technology in the current situations. Lastly, the next is about the training of the agrotechnopreneurs. We hope we will do the training by the three step. Is about the agriculture section first. After that, about the technology first. Next is about the technology, and the last is about the apprenticeships. Apprenticeships is not only something like maybe my friends in the other university already get maybe some you already study about the entrepreneurship, something like the business, how to doing the business, how the business model, something like that. But and in advance, we want to know about the sharing with them how to maybe create the financial statement or create the financial calculation, something like that. So hopefully through the training, they already prepared to be the young farmer, and hopefully they can sustain to be the young farmer, and we hope to they can develop others young farmers by their business. But after we do the training, we want to create some.
Mr. Hari.
Yes.
Just to remind, there is still 1 minute left for Mr.
Okay,
Hari
thank you. So the last is about the community-based actions. So we want to they group by the young farmers, and the last is about the monitoring and evaluations. And we hope the best point is about sustainability business. We don't want they come to our training and maybe after that 1 month until 2 months they drops or they bankrupt, something like that. We don't want. So we hope we will accompany them maybe at least 3 until 5 years. After that we trust them can take off by their individual's business and they can sustainability in their business. So this is time to collaborations, many sectors that they can be collaboration with the others knowledge, others university, others others country. So it's great to be invited to be create some collaborations with Aku Petani Indonesia, and also we can discuss in these sessions, and if you want to discuss in other section, you can discuss in through our social media. Thank you for your attention. I will give back to the Mr. Ananda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mr. Hari, for the materials that you given to us. Okay, so we have listened about agriculture sector that the material was given by Mr. Hari and Mr. Widiyanto. But before we continue to the next sessions, there will be a breaking session that will be led by the MC. So for the participants who have questions for Mr. Widiyanto or Mr. Hari can be kept first. And we are gonna move onto the breaking session that led by the MC. And the Q&A session too will be held after all of the speakers giving their material. So it will be in the end of the presentation. Okay. So maybe I giving the time back to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Ananda. Wow, Ivan, so interesting, right? The topic from our third and fourth speakers.
Yes, of course, Dinda. I am very enjoy.
Okay, before we going to the next session, let's jump to break session. For this break session, there's some video from our sponsor. It's Cicil. Time is yours.
Hanya 1 dari 4 pelajar di Indonesia yang bisa melanjutkan pendidikannya ke jenjang kuliah. Dan lebih dari 16 juta siswa SMA tidak dapat melanjutkan pendidikan karena terkendala biaya. Untuk itu, Cicil berdiri kokoh sejak tahun 2016 untuk menyelesaikan masalah kebutuhan pendidikan. Bersama Cicil, mahasiswa bisa meraih cita-citanya. Bersama Cicil, mahasiswa bisa mandiri membiayai kebutuhan pendidikannya. Bersama Cicil, mahasiswa bisa belajar dan mengembangkan kemampuannya. Cicil sebagai platform pembiayaan yang bertanggung jawab selalu memastikan kepatuhan pada peraturan yang berlaku. Inovasi dan pelayanan dari hati yang membawa Cicil berdiri kokoh untuk menjangkau masyarakat yang lebih luas. Dengan kompetensi, integritas, kepedulian, inovasi, dan kepemimpinan, Cicil bersama mahasiswa bisa bersama membangun Indonesia maju.
Barang penunjang kuliah tapi terkendala biaya. Cicil punya solusinya. Gunakan aja fasilitas cicil barang, di mana kamu bisa mendapatkan barang-barang kebutuhan kuliah dengan cara cicilan, seperti laptop untuk menunjang aktivitas belajar, handphone untuk berkomunikasi, dan lainnya. Kamu bisa menggunakan fasilitas cicil barang ini melalui website di cicil.co.id atau download aplikasi cicil di Play Store. Untuk menggunakan cicil barang, pertama-tama kamu perlu daftar untuk membuat akun cicil dan mengisi data profil kamu. Isi data selengkapnya mulai dari data pribadi, akademik, alamat, dan kontak penjamin atau kontak darurat. Pastikan foto KTP, selfie dengan KTP, serta KTM kamu nggak blur, gelap, atau terlalu terang. Kalau nggak ada KTM, kamu bisa gunakan surat keterangan mahasiswa dari kampus atau screenshot portal akademik yang menunjukkan nama dan NIM kamu. Perhatikan juga kelengkapan alamatmu. Lebih bagus lagi kalau kamu masukkan nomor bangunan dan RT RW atau patokan alamatmu, misalnya rumah warna apa. Ingat, pastikan kamu masukkan data dengan sebenar-benarnya tanpa dipalsukan. Setelah isi profil, kamu bisa cicil barang kebutuhan kuliah yang kamu butuhkan. Pilih produk rekomendasi dari daftar merchant yang ada di halaman cicil barang. Pilih merchantnya, pilih produk rekomendasi yang ada di halaman merchant tersebut, dan klik cicil sekarang. Pilih skema pembayaran uang muka dan jangka waktu cicilannya. Kemudian, klik ajukan cicilan. Dan tunggu proses verifikasi 2-3 hari kerja. Atau kamu juga bisa pilih dari kategori produk rekomendasi lainnya dan lakukan langkah yang sama. Kalau kamu punya wishlist produk dari merchant terpercaya pilihanmu, kamu bisa kunjungi website merchant atau e-commerce pilihanmu, copy link produknya, dan paste ke halaman cicil barang. Pilih skema pembayaran uang muka dan jangka waktu cicilannya. Kemudian, klik ajukan cicilan. Dan tunggu proses verifikasi 2-3 hari kerja. Kalau pengajuanmu sudah disetujui, jadwalkan bertemu dengan student ambassador untuk penandatanganan persetujuan. Kemudian kamu bisa membayar uang muka. Setelah itu, tunggu barang dikirimkan. Dan kalau kamu sudah terima, kamu bisa mulai bayar cicilan per bulannya secara tepat waktu. Selesai deh. Ada yang mau ditanyakan? Hubungi aja ke customer service dan follow Instagram Cicil untuk update info lainnya.
Hai, perkenalkan, ini Ciko. Sepanjang hidupnya, Ciko menghabiskan waktu dengan belajar. Tidak ada satu hari pun ia lewatkan tanpa belajar. Belajar ngomong, belajar jalan, masuk SD, SMP, SMA, kemudian belajar patah hati, dan bangkit lagi. Hingga suatu saat, ia harus melanjutkan belajar di perguruan tinggi untuk mencapai cita-citanya. Namun ternyata menjadi sarjana tidak semudah yang ia bayangkan. Ia harus punya dana yang cukup. Tetapi ia tidak mudah menyerah. Ia tetap mencari segala cara untuk memenuhi uang kuliahnya. Dia mencari, dan akhirnya ketemulah Cicil.
Wujudkan impianmu untuk menyelesaikan pendidikan tinggi bersama pinjaman uang kuliah dari Cicil. Cicil yang sudah terdaftar dan diawasi oleh OJK ini telah melayani lebih dari 248 universitas yang tersebar di 53 kota di Indonesia. Kamu bisa mengajukan pinjaman pendidikanmu dengan 3 langkah mudah. Daftarkan diri di cicil.co.id. Lengkapi dokumen yang dibutuhkan. Kemudian ajukan pinjaman. Fasilitas pinjaman pendidikan dari Cicil dijamin aman dengan pengawasan OJK. Margin pembiayaan rendah, jangka waktu pinjaman fleksibel, dan memiliki proteksi asuransi AXA. Jadi, tunggu apa lagi?
Thank you for the MC for the time. Let me speak in Indonesia language for the next. Oke, halo semuanya. Kenalin aku Rahmi dari Student Ambassador Cicil area Jawa Tengah. Di sini aku bakal sedikit mengenalkan tentang Cicil ke teman-teman semua. Mungkin ada yang sudah tahu maupun ada yang belum tahu. Semoga setelah ini teman-teman akan mengetahui lebih detail tentang cicil. Dan jika berminat atau sedang membutuhkan untuk cicilan barang atau uang kuliah bisa menggunakan cicil. Anggap saja bagian ini itu brainstorming yang dimana kalian bisa relax dan tidak perlu berpikir terlalu keras. Next slide. Oke. Jadi teman-teman, cicil itu merupakan perusahaan financial technology yang tujuannya adalah untuk memberikan solusi pembiayaan bagi mahasiswa untuk menuju kebutuhan perkuliahannya. Next slide. Cicil sendiri itu sudah berizin dan diawasi oleh OJK ya. Dan juga Cicil sudah mendapatkan beberapa penghargaan internasional maupun beberapa investor. Jadi harapannya Cicil memastikan sudah aman untuk digunakan oleh seluruh mahasiswa di Indonesia. Boleh next slide lagi. Jadi bisa dilihat pada share screen bahwa Cicil sampai tahun 2022 ini kita sudah berhasil memberikan pembiayaan lebih dari 90.000 untuk seluruh mahasiswa di lebih dari 260 universitas, di mana ada lebih dari 58 kota dan juga sudah memiliki 500 student ambassador, kurang lebihnya, termasuk aku sebagai student ambassador-nya. Jadi harapannya untuk teman-teman yang memang ingin tahu info tentang cicil dan sebagaimananya, akan lebih mudah aksesnya di seluruh Indonesia. Bisa ditanyakan langsung ke student ambassador di universitas masing-masing. Next slide. Jadi cicil sendiri pun punya beberapa produk. Jadi ada bermacam-macamnya dan kita bagi menjadi 3 bagian untuk produk-produknya. Bagian pertama itu untuk produk untuk teman-teman semisal ada keperluan kuliah ataupun kebutuhan kuliah lainnya, dan kita ada 3 produk di dalamnya. Yang dimana yang pertama ada cicil barang, ada cicil uang kuliah, lalu ada cicil belajar. Nah, yang kedua, yang uang kuliah ini, jadi semisal nih, ada teman kalian yang lagi kesulitan finansial, di mana sulit untuk bayar UKT dan belum ada keringanan dari kampus. Jadi bisa mengajukan uang kuliah lewat cicil. Jadi nanti pihak cicil yang akan berlangsung ke kampus teman-teman. Lalu ada yang cicil belajar. Jadi misalnya ada yang mau ikut sertifikasi, misalnya brevet, itu bisa menggunakan cicil belajar. Lalu, thank you for reminder. Jadi nanti tinggal per bulan membayar sejumlah nominal yang sudah ditentukan oleh cicil dan sudah kalian ketahui sebelumnya. Lalu, cicil itu di program Student Ambassador ya. Jadi cicil itu memperbolehkan selain produk-produk yang sebelumnya, cicil menyediakan student ambassador yang dimana nanti akan membantu mahasiswa untuk produktif, kreatif, dan positif. Next slide. Nah, program student ambassador ini sedang dibuka, di mana pendaftarannya itu dibuka dari tanggal 1 sampai 20 Agustus 2022. Dan untuk pembukaan selanjutnya ada di bulan depan, yang dimana kalian akan dapat experience, program dan aktivitas eksklusif, networking, dan extra income. Next slides. Kalau misalnya kalian tertarik untuk info kolaborasi, sponsorship, ataupun partnership, kalian bisa dengan melalui email marketing@cicil.co.id atau bisa ditanyakan langsung melalui bit.ly/tanya ke cicil. Lalu mungkin titipan selanjutnya, next slide. Jadi cicil ini lagi ada namanya diskon cicil barang, yang dimana misalkan sebagai mahasiswa kita butuh laptop atau HP yang dimana diharapkan mumpuni untuk membantu perkuliahan kita. Dan cicil sedang memberi promo dengan kode voucher cobain baru 100. Mungkin kalau tertarik bisa di-scan QR-nya atau ingat kode vouchernya. Next slide. Next slide lagi. Mungkin itu saja teman-teman pengenalan singkat tentang cicil. Semoga cukup jelas dan siapa tahu nanti kita bisa bekerja sama atau misal teman-teman butuh keperluan kuliahnya bisa diajukan ke cicil. Terima kasih. Back to MC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Cicil for sponsoring our event and give some information in this break session. Next, we will listen to topic from 5 and 6 speaker. They are Mr. Bayu Dwi Apri Nugroho from Indonesia and Mr. Sumarmo SP, which will be greeted by the moderator. Back to Ananda, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, MC, for the time. Okay, am I audible? Okay, thank you so much for the time, Master of Ceremony. Okay, now we are continue to our 5th speaker. He is Mr. Bayu Dwi Apri Nugroho, STP, Agriculture, Ph.D. And before we continue to the presentation, let me read the curriculum vitae of Mr. Bayu. Okay, Mr. Bayu Dwi Apri Nugroho he's a PhD doctor and expertise in agrometeorology, environmental science, and climate change. He graduated from Universitas Gadjah Mada for his undergraduate degree and Iwate University for his master degree, and now he is becoming a doctoral from Iwati University. For experience of working, Mr. Bayu becoming a researcher in Agricultural Research Center Universitas Gadjah Mada in the year of 2003 until 2004. He becoming a teaching assistant in Faculty of Agricultural Technology in 2005 until 2007, and also become a lecturer and researcher in Department of Agricultural and Biosystem Engineering from the year 2008 until now. And for the year 2018 until now, he becoming a co-founder of agri-tech startup MSMB. Mr. Bayu have many research achievements, such as development of water efficient and environmentally friendly rice cultivation technology for marginal areas based on artificial intelligence and Internet of Things in the year 2021. Also, climate projection and land sustainability for rice cultivation with the system of rice intensification or SRI method as an alternative to environmentally friendly agricultural production system in East Sumba in the year of 2021. And also, there is many more research achievement that last in the last 5 years. Okay, so maybe we're directly connect to Mr. Bayu. Good afternoon, Mr. Bayu.
Good afternoon, moderator. My voice is okay, right?
Okay, we can hear your voice clearly, Mr. Bayu.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we can let Mr. Bayu to delivering his material. So for Mr. Bayu, are you ready to delivering your material?
From operator, right?
Okay,
from
maybe
operator.
Okay. Can help me to share screen the material. Okay, is it visible in the screen, Mr. Bayu?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so maybe for Mr. Bayu Dwi Apri Nugroho STP M Agriculture Ph.D. Screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bayu Dwi Apri Nugroho. I am from Department of Agricultural and Biosystem Engineering, Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and it's an honor to be here in the international webinar Agrotekno 2020. 22 implementation and adoption of agricultural 4.0 innovation, and today I will share about our experience innovation to support agricultural ecosystem in Indonesia. Next. And this is about me. This is some news or publication about me. First, about from newspaper that I created about smart farming application in the smartphone, and then I got award in 2019 Asia Smart App Award about our application, and then 2020 that I developed about smart farming not only in cultivation or inland, but also can use in environmental analysis, especially in greenhouse gases analysis. Next. And next is about me in Kompas newspaper as innovative figure, and then I got the best lecture Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2020. Next. Next. And also as young inspiration in Kompas TV in 2021, and also got a Hermes Startup Award in Hannover Messe in Germany 2021. Next. And also I wrote some books, for example, 2016, I wrote up in Indonesian, Fenomena Iklim Global, Perubahan Iklim, and Dampaknya Indonesia, as my major is climate change and agrometeorology in first edition, and then second edition, and also the last year I wrote about how implementation of climatology in agriculture 4.0. Next. Okay, before I explain all my presentation today, first I will mention about outline of my presentation, first about current problems, and then about solution, this agri-tech and agribusiness integration in our ecosystem agriculture, and then how about technology, and then case study, our project in Asian Development Bank or ADB project, and the last about conclusion. Next. And this is a current problem in agriculture in Indonesia, as we know that maybe it's not only in Indonesia, but also in the world, it's about climate change. And in Indonesia, it's affected in agricultural sector. Kita from Ministry of Agriculture, productivity was decreased around 20% from 2021 due to climate change. Many crops were cultivated and harvest failure due to unpredictable weather, especially rainfall. Next, and the question is, why it's happened? We had analyzed those two major problems were indicated. First, about knowledge about climate change in the farmers not yet enough. If we go to the village or land and then we talk with the farmers, and then we ask them about the phenomena of climate, unpredictable season, when the rainfall will start, the answer or farmers answer it's normally or just wrong season, and the condition will be normal. But this condition is not normal. Sometimes they comparing with the last year's or last season to start the planting season. It's very dangerous. Some crop failure and then the second is about the level of weather information or prediction. If we see from the smartphone or our computer we connected with internet, the level of weather information or weather prediction just until sub-district level. It will make a problem if implemented in agriculture because weather is very fluctuated and dynamic. Sometimes 2 or 3 kilometers the condition is different. For example, in village A is rain, but 2 or 3 kilometers from village A is not rain. It will be influenced on the cultivation methods for the farmers. Next. This is the other problems with affected climate change, determining the best commodity to be planted, and then about soil fertility, then about selling commodity with fair price, and the most important is about regeneration of farmers. So next, what is the solution? So the solution is about integration between agri-tech and agribusiness in the ecosystem of agriculture. We can see here that various integrated platform, sensor, drone, application, website helps farmer in cultivation from on farm to off farm, from land to table. Next. Next, please. As this is the concept of agricultural ecosystem with technology, 8 variables in we can see in this slide, from agribusiness paradigm change, and then institutional consolidation, innovation and technology adoption, and then synergy, logistic, implementation of IT, and then off-taker, and the last bank and insurance. That from land to table as whole agribusiness. Next. To support the solution, we need some feature in the application in the smartphone, and this is the feature: warning and notification, and then agricultural article, pest identification, microfinance connection with connection with the bank, and then expert with chatbot, and then next. And then also about the weather monitoring using PMKG satellite, and then soil and weather monitoring information, and then recommendation for farmers, and then the last about historical. Next. And also about the voice feature, this is a new feature that farmers can ask directly using voice to the expert, agricultural expert, using their own language. For example, using Java language or using Sunda language and so on. Next. This is about agri-tech and technology application flow on farm. We can see in this slide many technology involved in this farm. For example, drones, which is divided into two types: drone surveillance and drone sprayer. Then weather and soil sensor, and also application in the smartphone. First, about drone surveillance. This drone has three functions. First is give recommendation. Between each land is different. It's depend on farmer, fertility of land, water availability, and so on. So based on capture from the surveillance, we can choose what is the sensor suitable with the land condition. And the second, during planting season, for example, for padi around 100 or 110 days, this drone surveillance will capture 2 or 3 times to fix or monitor plant condition, like health plant condition. So in the harvest season, we can predict how many tons per hectare or productivity of padi in the last end of season. And the third is the in related with agricultural insurance. As we know that until now, compensation of any complaint from the farmers about plant damage is done by manually and need more time, that around 6 until 12 months. And the next in the land, set up weather and soil sensor with connection with apps in the smartphone. If we talk about a sensor, it's not new technology, it's common technology, because senior high school student or a vocational student or undergraduate student can make it, or we can buy directly using online shop. But in this technology, the sensor connection with apps and using algorithm to translate the data and give the simple information to the farmers as notification and recommendation, including weather prediction in the specific land area. And the next about drone sprayer, what is the connection with the sensor? Drone sprayer will fly based on the recommendation from the sensor. For example, fertilization schedule from 10 days after planting from the farmers, so we can check and please give fertilize, so drone sprayer will fly. Next. And this is how weather and soil sensor works from the sensor in the field, then collect weather and soil data in real time, then go to the server, and then area algorithm in the server, and then will appear in the farmer's smartphone with notification and recommendation. Next. And also this is appearance of weather information and the importance of weather data from farmers, monitor the weather condition on the ground in real time, and then view the weather history in the field, and then notification and recommendation based on a real-time condition in land. Next, please. And this is some testimony from the farmers, select from Shell community in Malang in East Java. Since using apps, farmers get information about nutrient in the their field, so they can save up to 50% of fertilizer. Next. Also, this is a proof of concept our technology that we published in some publication and also support by some ministries in Indonesia. Next. Next. And the second about agribusiness, agricultural ecosystem with technology of farm. How do we solve farmers' problem with our innovation? Next. So we can see in this agricultural ecosystem some stakeholder involved in this ecosystem: farmers, bank, government, also off-taker, and farm shop and distribution and distributor. So what is the value proposition of each stakeholder? First, for local community of farmers, funding access, technology access, improve productivity, fair price, and also agri input access. And for agri-fund and insurance, that's customer acquisition, and then harvest guarantee, certainty of loan returning from distributor, market certainty, and then enable an effective input distribution. And for extension officer on government, that information upgrade about extensive planting, and then update data from surveillance. And from off-taker, that's supplier certainty, and then this is important, is about traceability or transparency. Next. And this is traceability. We can see here some our collaboration that value added to the final product, higher selling price for farmers, safe consumption for the farmers. Next. And this is concept of traceability from land history, and then agricultural practices history, and then handling history, and then processing history, and then manufacture history, distribution history, and the last and the final is safe and responsible consumption. Next. And this is our projects with BNI in some commodity. I mean that QR code function that explain the origin of products and activities of farmers in producing products. Consumers feel comfortable because as a guarantee that the product is safe for consumption. Next. This is dashboard for each stakeholder in the ecosystem. Next. This is feature and also interface of dashboard. We can see here the summary of farmer data, and then how many farmer active, and then what is the most checked by farmers in the application. We can check here. Next. This is also feature. We can feature filter, and then easy for data reporting, flexible reports. Next. And then the next about case study of Asian Development Bank or ADB projects. Next. That this leveraging ICT in irrigated agriculture extension, that more than 25,000 hectares in Sukabumi and Pasaman Barat with crops, padi, corn, and chili, and then 50,000 farmers involved, and with 40% female, and some technology also involved in this project, drone, and then sensor, and the other. Next. And this is social impact of this project, that accessing technology, farmers need technology to deal with climate change. They have the right to access it. And then improving income by giving fair price, we can increase farmers' revenue. We empower females in farmers' households, and then financial inclusion. Farmers are enabled to acquire loan. They borrow money from with high risk. And then next. This is some documentation about agricultural sensor installment and socialization in Pasaman Barat and Sukabumi with some ministry also, Kominfo, also with Kementan, Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, and so on. Next. And this is the other implementation, for example, in precision agriculture in Gunung Kidul with commodities padi. The covered area is 300 hectares, number of farmers 125 farmers, and then services about microcredit, IoT with IT technology of Tegal and also agri input. And then in Dompukon digital community, we can see here many institutions or many ministry also involved in this project. And the precision agriculture in Malang with commodity shallot that the coverage area 20 hectares with number of farmer 50. That service support microcredit, IoT technology of Tegal and agri input. Next. Also, this is about coffee in Sidi Galang with smart farming 4.0. That commodity coffee covered area is 10,000 hectares. That number of farmers is 5,000. That services support microcredit, IoT technology of Tegal and some institution or some ministry involved in these projects. Next. And also, this is with Ministry of Agriculture and with bank, with BRI, the pilot project in BRI microfinance to improve Cilembu cassava productivity, the community in Icon in Sumedang Regency, and then also pilot project with Ministry of Agriculture to improve local chili productivity in Cianjur Regency, and also Precision Agriculture Institute Bondo with Prof or Regency of Situbondo with Commodity Party coverage area 200 hectares with number of farmers 250 with service support microcredit, IoT technology of Tegal and agri input. Next. And also with kurkuma, with commodity kurkuma with Soho. This is location in Pertani Center of Excellence in Herba Research Sukabumi, West Java until now, and also in Yogyakarta, weather and soil, and also water sources or debit sensor location in Sleman, Yogyakarta. Next. And the last about conclusion that technologically the application of smart farming can be applied to increase the productivity and efficiency of fertilization as well as production costs. And then the second, technology in agriculture will be more useful in solving problems from land to table if it's applied in an agricultural ecosystem, including food availability and security with the concept of traceability. And then third, the success of agricultural ecosystem with technology depend on the commitment of each stakeholder in the ecosystem. Next. Thank you for your attention. Okay, I will give to the moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bayu, for the material that given to us. And now we are going to continue to our sixth speaker. He is Mr. Sumarno SP. Good afternoon, Mr. Sumarno.
Yes, good afternoon, Mas Nanda.
Okay, how are you, Mr. Marno?
Yes, I am okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Mr. Marno is a bachelor degree of Agricultural Extension and Communication, Faculty of Agriculture, Sebelas Maret University, and he is also a head of Horticulture and Plantation Sector, the Food Security Service for Agriculture of Temanggung District. Okay. So from now, are you ready to deliver your material, Mr. Marno?
Yes, Mas, I'm ready.
Yeah. Okay. So for Mr. Marno, the screen is yours.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me, I will presentation about food estate in Temanggung. Please share the material. The operator, please. Yes, okay. Okay, baik. Allow me, I will presentation about food estate Temanggung, innovation dissemination of agriculture 4.0. Yes. Next. Yes. So food estate is a development concept of integrated farming that based on horticulture, plantation, livestock, and crops in an area that environment friendly. Goal of food estate in Temanggung is number one, development partnership, closed loop model with price and market guarantee for farmer. And number two is strengthening farmer economic institution and increase in national production. And then the goal number four is stabilization of supply and prices for strategic commodity. And number five is quality seed independent. The main purpose of food estate is supply of raw material for food industry, supply of raw material for quality seed, and local market supply, retail, and export. Yeah, next. This is Temanggung Regency is located in Central Java Province. There are three mountains, Sumbing, Sindoro, and Prau. The land is fertile. So the slope of these three mountains are suitable for horticultural activities. Overall, potential horticultural in Temanggung Regency is 7,549 hectares. In 2021, food estate activity are 339 hectares. Yes. Next. This is the map of area of excellence food estate Temanggung Regency. The main location food estate Temanggung is in the Bansari sub-district. The location is on the slope of Mount Sindoro. You can see area of excellence of food estate Temanggung. Next. Food estate located in 5 sub-districts, Bansari, Kledung, Maraan, Bulu, and Ngadirejo. The commodity on the table, there is onion, garlic, chili, and potato. Problem to be solved that we developed the food estate in last year is farmer land still has old plan, so we get to a hard to make the land is ready for planting. Number two, farmer land is still waiting for prospective tenants. And the three is the availability of chili seed according to the wishes of farmers. Some farmers are not interested in the food estate program. And number five is some farmer will join next year. So food estate is a multi-years, will be end in 2024, with the target is 100 hectare of land food estate. Next. Yes, this is the commodity that we develop in food estate: onion, garlic, chili, and potato. And the process needs synergy and effective communication to realize the target. On the table, we can see that the food estate can be implemented in 5 sub-districts. Yeah. And there is a off-taker that partnership in closed loop. Closed loop, yes. Next. Okay. This is the land of area of excellence food estate Temanggung in the slope of Mount Sindoro. On the right side, we can see the Embung Bansari and land that kami persiapkan untuk pertanaman yang ada. Ya, lanjut. Now, like about innovation that we dissemination to the farmer, there is infrastructure like that, and then sprinkle irrigation, pipe irrigation, and pilot area of interest in Embung Bansari. There is tillage cost, NPK fertilizer, organic fertilizer, and then we give the farmer group agricultural machine too, like cultivator, hand tractor, water pump, and hand sprayer. That was stimulant for farmer group to plant commodity of agriculture. Next. Yes, that and also we support for farmer group, water pump, cultivator, fertilizer, hand sprayer, technology to control plant pest organism, weather forecasting tool, and so on. And then next, Mas. The livestock farm activities to provide organic fertilizer. There is item support for farmer, livestock, duck, chicken, cow, sheep, and it could be substitute chemical fertilizer. We know because limited subsidized chemical fertilizer, only urea and NPK Ponska. Yeah. Next. And we plantation and crop. There is a corn, paddy, and Arabica coffee. And Arabica coffee, we have 10,000 of Arabica that we plan for conservation in the mountain. So we want environment friendly will be bisa menjadi kenyataan. Lanjut. Yes, our dream and young farmer is we can build 1,000 greenhouse for effective and efficient agriculture. So in this year we build 9 greenhouse for melon, seeds, and vegetable. Yes, next. And this is kick-off food estate Temanggung that led by President Joko Widodo, accompanied by Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Syahrul Yassin Limpo, Minister PUPR, Mr. Basuki Hadi Mulyono, Governor of Central Java, Mr. Ganjar Pranowo, Regent of Temanggung, Mr. HM Al-Hadik, and young millennial farmer. Yes, there's 2 young millennial farmer from Temanggung, Siswanto and Hendi Nurseto. Yeah. And the last, next. This is food estate Temanggung as innovation dissemination needs synergy, togetherness, all stakeholder, Ministry of Agriculture, province government, regency, Department of Agriculture, extension worker, sub-district, village, farmer group, and off-taker. Thank you. This is my presentation. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Marno, for delivering the materials about condition in Temanggung, right, Mr. Marno? Agriculture in Temanggung. Okay, so we already listened to the sixth speaker, and after this, there will be an ice-breaking session that will lead by the Master of Ceremony. And the Q&A session will be held after the ice-breaking session. So for the participant who have questions, you can write your questions in the chat column before the Q&A sessions begin. Okay, so maybe we are going to continue to the ice-breaking session. So okay, to start the ice breaking session, I'm giving back the screen to Master of Ceremony.
Rizky Widodo. Well, because the material presented by third to sixth speaker was enough to warm the brain. Therefore, to make the audience more excited, let's play a game that is certainly interesting and fun.
In this game, we will share a link for the quiz in the chat column, and we hope all participants will participate in this game because there will be some reward prepared from our sponsor for participants who reach the highest score in this game. Very interesting, right?
Okay, the link that has been sent in the chat column, all participants join quickly and the link will direct participants to a quiz consisting of a question in the form of multiple choice and many as for choices for each question with of course are closely related to today's event, the International Webinar Agrixplosion 2022.
One more time, on the participant to join and the correct answer to the question will appear along with the points obtained in one question and the ranking obtained in answering the question. When you already done the quiz, there will be a review question displayed to review the answers that we have chosen. Each participant gets the same list of questions. Finally, the ranking of quiz scores from participants will be displayed live.
Okay, please answer this question carefully, guys. And we will start the game in 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck, guys.
Ivan, do you know that by doing this quiz, the participant of the webinar will test on how much they knew about the Agrixplosion 2022 international webinar, which was held today, and the fastest one with the most correct answer became the winner.
By the way, Dinda,
Yes.
we already know who the winner of this game.
Wow, who is the winner, Ivan?
Are you curious, Dinda?
Yes, I'm very curious.
Okay. Congratulations to
JJ
as the quiz winner. Wow. She must be really interested and paying attention to today's webinar, Dinda. Don't forget to contact the WhatsApp number that has been shared in the chat column by sending proof of winning the quiz to get the prize that has been provided.
Okay, Ivan. We think that is enough for this game session. Next, there will be a question and answer session about the presentation of the third to sixth material. To Ananda, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Master of Ceremony, for the time. And we already done the ice breaking session 2, right? That's the winner is JJ. Okay, so we are going to the last session of this webinar, and it's Q&A session 2 for the 4 speakers that have explained about the materials to us. Okay, so the Q&A session 2 will be limited 15 minutes. So for the participant who have questions, you can type your questions in the chat column with the format that given by the committee, or maybe you can use the raise hand feature and ask directly what is your question. Okay, so it looks like there's a few questions here already, and maybe I will give time for the other participant to ask the question. Okay, maybe the first question is for Mr. Bayu from Mr. Padil Wijaya. For Mr. Padil, do you can open your mic, turn on your mic? Okay, so maybe I will read the question for Mr. Bayu. Okay, okay, so I'm gonna read the question from Mr. Padil Wijaya from Hasanuddin University for Mr. Bayu Dwi Aprinugroho. Okay, the first question is related to the application of technological innovations that have been described. The question is how to apply it in the field where farmers are the main target of agricultural actors. The average age of our farmers is old and very far from understanding and accessing the internet, so that even the number is still very small compared to older farmers. The second question is that how this technological innovation can be a motivation and enthusiasm for the younger generation to get involved in the work of agriculture so as to make a real contribution to the regeneration of farmers. Therefore, agriculture that is advanced, independent, and modern can be created. Okay, so maybe for Mr. Bayu.
Okay.
Are you here?
Okay.
Okay, I will answer a question from Mr. Padil Wijaya from Hasanuddin University. Thank you, Mr. Padil, for your question. It's interesting question. Yes, you're right that the age of farmers data from BPS more than 50 years old, right? And then we have two solutions to about it. In socialization, we our requirement is first is in social the member of family of the farmers, or for example children, grandchildren, and the member of family of the farmers should be accompany the farmers in the socialization or the practical this first, and then two, the group of young people in that village or we call it Karang Taruna should be involved in this socialization. So we introduced about technology that we said that technology can be used in agriculture. In case the member of young people or Karang Taruna in this village not family of farmers, so we introduce. And then it's related with the second question. It's about how this technology can make the people and young people, millennial farmer, and with the interesting in the agriculture is we introduce the technology. For example, drone. We introduce that if you want to use drones, is any certificate, in any training to use drone. So also we can say to the young people that if you use smartphone not only for example access Instagram or use WhatsApp, but also we can check the land condition, we can check the data, and we can check the land condition, and then also about the weather and so on. So we can also that using as a farmers, in case our profession or as a student or transportation or object like that, so we can introduce that you can as student, you can as a businessman, you can as a entrepreneur, but you can also as a farmers using technology. Something like that. Our answer for Mr. Padil Wijaya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bayu, for the answer. Okay, maybe there's a. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Padil, for the good questions here. Okay, from Mr. Padil, do you have a feedback to the answer that given by Mr. Bayu, or is it enough to answer your questions? Okay, I think it's enough. So we are going to the second questions here from Mrs. Nur Hashimah from Department of Agriculture and Plantation. And the question is given to Mr. Hari. Okay, youth are usually not interested in farming, mostly because of their perception that farming is being antiquated, unprofitable, and disincentive youth to pursue a career in agriculture, whereas farming is a viable business. Thus, Mr. Harry, what approach strategy taken to attract youth to a career in agriculture sectors? Okay, so for Mr. Harry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ananda. Also, thank you to Ms. Nur Hamsiah from the Dinas Pertanian Perkebunan. It's very good questions, as well as this is the big problem that we identify in the real situations. Maybe the young generations didn't want to be the farmer because it's not profitable, it's not something like they can pride by their as the farmers. Yes, this is the fact that we face it. Actually, our strategy is about the main key is about the collaborations. The collaborations. What means is the collaboration. If you remind that my page presentation said that we have identified the problem state by state, starting from the pre-planting in cultivations, about the post-harvest and logistic, and also the trading, right? And in advance, if we conclude the big problem is around, is about the capital, is about the knowledge, is about the relations, and it's about maybe their skill and others. So many programs that are already provided by our governments that you can highlight in the Mrs. Umi that said that they in their institutions have some programs to attract the young generations to be the farmer. So I think this is the good. We as well as we do this strategy, something like we try to identify the problems in the upstreams situations and during the cultivations until the post harvest or the upstream stage. So by using the collaborations, we help the other parties or the other agency can help something like for the money, for the capital to the young farmers, young generations to be the farmers, and maybe from the lecturer or the researchers that can provide some technology can apply for the young farmers. And also we need to collaborations with the upstreams distributors. So when they after they cultivate and after they harvest their commodity, so they know where should they sell this commodity. So I think in this era, collaboration is the most good collaborations that the most good strategy that we apply in the Petani Indonesia. Something like this, maybe Mr. Ananda, we hope this can answer these questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Hari, for the answer. And so for Mrs. Nohashima, are you have a feedback for the answer? Or maybe it's enough to answer the questions. Okay, I think it's enough to answer the question from Mrs. Nohashima. Okay, so we are going to the next questions here. There is a question from Michelle Lavinia, Gajah Mada University. So Mr. Widi, as Pak Widi said before, agriculture 4.0 should be taken more as a habit by considering three main factors, and they are meaning, materials, and competence. Despite the fact that millennials was easiest target to change according these three factors, is there still an opportunity for senior farmers to participate in becoming a missionary in the application of agriculture 4.0? Okay, I'm sending the questions in the chat columns. So for Pak Widi, are you here, Mr. Widi?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Ananda. And also thank for Miss Lavinia from UKM. It is, I think, the smart question because, and my answer, yes, the senior farmer still has a role in the agricultural activities. Perhaps the older farmer has limitation in applying high new technology in agriculture 4.0 because of the education, because of the human resources, that it is not possible to apply the very high technology in agriculture 4.0. But
we have to remember that they have still has an important role, particularly to encourage their children to engage and involve in the farming activities. And this will contribute to enlarge the number of young millennials to involve in the farming activities. For example, if I'm a parent and then I send my children to the agricultural department, the university, and so on, and I try to give the understanding and how important the agriculture in the future and the importance of food provision for feed the world and so on. And additionally, farming activities actually are not perceived solely for gaining income. Agriculture is a way of life for the older people. That agriculture is a way of life, so that they have close relationship between the people, the farmer, and the nature. So this perception will help young people to understand that people and land has deep meaning. This will help the perception of young people regarding the importance of the sustainable relationship between man and land, or between nature and culture. So the older people still have a significant role to sustain the agricultural activities, particularly sense the knowledge, the local knowledge to sustain the activities, a relationship between man and land, or between nature and culture. So the older people still has still has a lot of contribution on how to encourage their children to engage and involve in farming, and also how to understand, to give the understanding to the children on how the relationship between man and land, or nature and culture to sustain the agriculture. Thank you, Ananda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Widi, for the answer. And maybe for Michelle, do you have a feedback for the answer that given by Mr. Widi? Okay, I think it's enough for the Q&A sessions, because unfortunately the time has limited, and now it's 12:56. So for the participants who have questions, will be collected by the committee, and then the answer will be given to the participant in a word that will be sent to WhatsApp group. Okay, it doesn't feel like time has passed that quickly, and we have listened to the presentation of material from the 6 presenters who discussed about innovation dissemination on agriculture. And I hope the material that given by the speakers can be something useful for the Indonesian agriculture sector in the future. And I, Ananda Rizky Widodo, as the moderator of the Agrixplosion 2022 webinar discussions, apologize if there are any mistakes. Thank you so much to the speakers and participants who attended this event. That's all I can say, and see you another time.
Finally, there are a lot of knowledge that we got today. Thank you so much to all of the speakers, moderator, participants, and invited guests, as well as all parties such as sponsors and media partners who have been involved in this event so that it can run smoothly.
Before moving into the next session, we remind all the participants to capture the screen of today's webinar in your gadget to make insert in Instagram story with the template that has been shared by the commit in the WhatsApp group.
Don't forget to check our official Instagram account at Agrixplosion22 and your friends, because there will be some surprise for the best insight that has been uploaded.
Now we're getting into the most awaited session, especially for participants who took part in the series of competition event, which is the various event of international webinar. It is a awarding session.
Welcome to the opening day of National Competition Agrixplosion 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to welcome you to the awarding day of National Competition Agrixplosion 2022.
We would like to welcome all the judges of the national competition in the Agrixplosion 2022.
Zuhud Rozaki, SP Master of Applied Science Ph.D.
Dr. Umi Widiyanto, SP M.SI.
Ganjar Herdiansyah, SP MP.
Hanifah Isaniati, SP M.SI.
Monica Sri Yuliarti, SOS MSc.
Dr. Iman Indrati, SAS SOS MMICOM.
Eksa Rusdiana, SP MSc.
Rendia Adi Kurniawan, SSN MSN.
And Arif Iman Santoso, SSN MSN. This event is the closing of a series of national competitions in Agrixplosion 2022 that have been held previously. At the Agrixplosion 2022, there are 3 national competitions held, namely essay competition, podcast competition, and infographic.
Our agenda today is announcing the winner of its national competition in Agrixplosion 2022.
First of all, we will announce a national essay competition. Here we have 10 nominations. Let's now begin.
Okay, Adinda, you must wondering, right, who is the winner?
Yes, of course, Ivan.
Okay, let's go. The third winner for national essay competition is Congratulations, Yolanda Sefdani Nur Hovifa and Rina Savitri of Universitas Erlangga with a score of 1053.
Fata, Dia Mudrika, and Maulidia Rindriani from Universitas Jenderal Sudirman with a score of 1052.4.
And the first winner goes to Dana Magayu Bagio, Nina Mimi Putra Sofa, and Kofifa Mutia Isanti from Universitas Sebelas Maret with a score of 1063.6.
For participants, give applause by giving reaction from Zoom. Fun. We can get knowledge not just from the speakers, but also can get insightful essay from the contestant.
Okay, Dinda. Next, we will announce a nomination in podcast competition. Here we have 5 nominations. Let's take it up.
Ini masih buta mengenai ilmu pertanian ditambah harimu gabut. Dengarkanlah podcast Jambu, jamnya berbagi ilmu.
Selamat datang di seputar Indonesia. Pemirsa, Indonesia kini terancam krisis pangan akibat berbagai masalah di sektor pertaniannya. Welcome to Prognosis.
Perkenalkan, namaku Rahma Anissa Dewi, mahasiswa penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian Fakultas Pertanian Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta. Jalan-jalan ke Keraton Solo, cakep. Eits, ini bukan pantun ya teman-teman, but I want to say, yuk kita belajar bersama melihat bagaimana.
Hi everyone, welcome to Agrixplosion Podcast 2022, podcast yang membahas topik-topik seru tentang pertanian masa kini. Gimana nih kabarnya sobat pertanian? Baik-baik aja kan? Dimanapun kalian berada, I hope you're always happy all the time.
Podcast ini, aku akan bahas generasi muda dalam transformasi teknologi pertanian di era digital.
The third winner for National Podcast Competition is Muhammad Ivandeski from Universitas 11 Maret with a score of 273.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, saudaraku dari berbagai daerah di seantero negeri. Gimana nih kabarnya hari ini?
The second winner goes to Rahma Anissa Dwi from Universitas 11 Maret with a score 287.
Jalan-jalan ke Keraton Solo, cakep. Eits, ini bukan pantun ya teman-teman, but I want to say, yuk kita belajar bersama melihat bagaimana.
The first winner goes to Muhammad Fadilah from Universitas Negeri Semarang with a score of 289.
Welcome to Prognosis.
Yes, of course, Nina.
Congratulations for all the winner. For participants, don't forget to give applause reaction in Zoom.
Okay, Nina. And last but not least, we will announce 10 nomination in infographic competition. Here we go.
The favorite winner for National Infographic Competition is the third winner for National Infographic Competition is Sini Latifah from Universitas Sebelas Maret with a score of 253.
The second winner goes to Faris Iham Wadif from Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
And the first winner goes to Adistia Fabrika Nur Hadifah Putri from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta with a score of 266. Ivan, the favorite winner for National Infographic Competition is Muhammad Fikri Silalahi from Universitas Sumatera Utara with a score of 251 likes and 90 comments. Ivan, do you know what the favorite winner is chosen based on?
Wow, what is it, Nina?
Well, for this infographic competition, there is also a favorite winner. The winner of the most favorite infographic competition is judged based on the number of likes and comments on the 8th Agrixplosion 22 Instagram feeds, which contain videos from the winning candidates.
Okay, Nina. Congratulations to all the winner. Also, don't be discouraged and keep up the spirit for participants who have not won this time.
The participant could immediately fill out the final attendance from whose link has been shared in the Zoom chat room. It's hoped that all participants can fill in the attendance form with the correct email address and accompanied by a screenshot as the international webinar attendance proof. This attendance forms link is available with Indonesia West.
Now it is time for the documentation session. All participants are expected to active the camera and prepare your best pose so that all participants can be seen on the Zoom screen.
I will guide the documentation session.
For each slide, first slide.
First slide.
1, 2, 3.
Second slide. 1, 2, 3.
Third slide. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Unexpectedly, we entered the end of the event today. We were ending the webinar. Let us pray together depending on our religions and beliefs. Praying starts.
Praying done. We ask the master of ceremony representing on the commit and duty. Apologize for the wrong word and deed.
At the end of this event, we would like to thank all the participants who attend this event and the speakers who were pleased to fill this event. Also, we would like to thank the sponsors and media partners who have been involved and contribute so that this event could run well.
Wassalamualaikum
See you at
Agrixplosion
2023.
See you.